for the everyone for joining. It is June 22nd, 8:32 a.m. This is the Endangered Species Recovery Committee public meeting. I'd like to call to order and just introduce the committee members. My name's Lainey Berry. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager at Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, representing DLNR. Lisa, can you go next?
Aloha, I'm Lisa Spain, and I'm a member at large. I'm on Hawaii Island.
Okay, thank you. Jim, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Jim Jacoby, representing USGS Pacific Island Ecosystems Research Center and on the committee.
Thank you, Jim. Melissa?
Good morning. I'm Melissa Price. I'm an associate professor at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and I'm here on behalf of UH.
Thanks, Melissa. Aaron?
Aaron Natick, representing Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, we don't have, Kavika's going to be a little late today, and Loyal, I'm not sure. I don't see him, but I'll get through the announcements. Just a reminder to the committee members, when we're in discussion, you need to, if you can keep your cameras on, it's okay to keep them off while we're doing presentations. And also, I should have said, if there's anyone in the room with you over the age of 18, oh, there's Loyal. If you can let us know, but I'm assuming that's a no if no one said anything. So Loyal just joined. Loyal, we just did introductions. I was wondering if you could introduce yourself. Are you there, Loyal? Oh, yeah. We can't see you or hear you. Okay, so I think Loyal's having a bit of technical issues, but while he's working on that, I'll just go through the rest of the announcements. Because we have a very full agenda today and tomorrow, and we would like to finish at a reasonable time each day, we are going to have to move through as quickly as possible. And lunch break, I ask if you can just take a 15-minute lunch break to go get your lunch and then come back, and then we'll go back to presentations. And so we're not going to be able to do like a 45-minute lunch break. Sorry about that. I saw Loyal. Loyal, can you introduce yourself for the YouTube stream?
Sure. Sorry about having difficulties getting my audio to work. So Loyal Merhoff, I'm one of the ESRC at-large members.
Okay, thank you, Loyal. Okay, we don't have the minutes for review and approval just yet. We were still for the last meeting. Apologies for that. We're still editing them, but we'll have them ready for review very soon, and then they'll be ready for approval at the next meeting. Not tomorrow, obviously it's not on the agenda, but like the next meeting that's scheduled. Kate, I think you had some questions for the committee about picking additional meeting dates for KIUC HCP. Do you want to go ahead?
Sorry, I'm opening it. But yes, I actually did send a question to KIUC to verify which dates were still available of the ones that we originally doodled polled. So I think I'm going to wait and hear back from them today, and then tomorrow, since we'll have the committee back tomorrow, maybe we'll get to pick some. Okay. At that point.
Okay, thanks. Is there any other announcements from staff or any questions from the committee about the announcements? All right, so we'll go ahead with item 2, which is a status update and briefing by Lindsay Neatman, who's the Forest Bird Recovery Coordinator at the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. regarding conservation activities for recovery of alala. And she has a presentation. Thanks, Lindsay.
Can you guys see my screen? And is it in presenter mode? All good.
We can see your screen, but it's in it's not in presentation mode.
Okay. It says it's loading. That. Oh, actually, let's just stop again. Sorry about this. No, we're short on time.
No worries. We're actually ahead, or like we're a few minutes ahead, so we're doing well.
All good now?
Still the same, but I mean, it works. We can see the slide, but we can see.
I don't know, I think. Okay. I mean, it's no good because I can't see my notes in that way. So that's the exact opposite of what we want.
Still the same.
Okay, but no.
That's it. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, committee. My name is Lindsay Neatman. I'm the Forest Bird Recovery Coordinator for the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. And this morning, I'll be presenting an informational briefing on our plans to introduce alala into the wild on Maui. To start outline, I will summarize previous recovery actions, including results from previous releases on Hawaii Island, and provide an update on the captive population. I'll then briefly discuss our decision-making process, including a SWOT-like ranking of release sites on Maui and Molokai. I'll summarize our plans to release alala, which were finalized this previous April. And then I will briefly discuss next steps, including environmental assessment and how we're going to make decisions about future releases. So alala were recently released between 2016 and 2019 on Big Island. The first release occurred in 2016 in Pu'umaka'ala Natural Area Reserve when 5 subadults were released. We used a soft release technique where birds were held in aviaries at the release site in order to reduce stress and home them into the release site. We provided supplemental food in hoppers, and unfortunately, within 1 week of release, 2 alala were killed by EO, or Hawaiian hawk, and a 3rd died of exposure. So due to the lack of success of this release, the remaining 2 alala were recaptured and returned to captivity. In 2017 through 2019, we tried again, and 27 subadults were released in a slightly different location, again within Pu'umaka'ala Nar. They received extensive pre-release training in EO recognition and were tested on their response to EO prior to release. Again, we used a soft release technique where birds were held in aviaries at the release site, and all birds were provided supplemental food for the duration of their time on the landscape in the wild. In 2017 and 2018, the results were quite encouraging. The cohorts all survived for at least 1 year, and some survived for up to 3 years. And those birds in 2019 and 2020, 2 built nest platforms and 1 built a nest where the female appeared to incubate for 3 to 4 weeks, although the contents of the nest were never confirmed. Mortalities during the 2017 to 2019 releases were attributed to EO predation, conspecific aggression, mammalian predation, exposure following a winter storm in the winter of 2019 to 2020. 3 mortalities were unknown, and 7 carcasses were not found. The mortalities increased significantly in 2020, and the remaining 5 alala were captured and returned to captivity in 2020. Currently, there are 113 Alala in captivity, 66 males and 45 females. 4 fledglings were produced in 2021 and 3 in 2022. This rate of productivity is fairly low, and this is due to a shift in the captive breeding centers toward parent rearing instead of puppet rearing. Parent rearing is less productive, but there are current space limitations at the breeding centers. And without any releases going on between 2020 and 2023, a decision was made to parent rear fledglings instead of puppet rear fledglings. However, with upcoming releases, hopefully starting next year, we can shift toward puppet rearing to increase productivity to provide birds for release. Currently, we're about 11 aviary spaces short at the breeding centers. And basically this means that some pairs are put together in one compartment, when the ideal situation would be to have a compartment for each member of the pair that is just the wall between that's open so the pair can come and go. I don't want to spend too much time on these graphs, but I did just want to point out that we have considered the impact of releases on the captive population. So the graph on the left shows how the population is expected to change, both historically. So prior to basically when Alala were brought into captivity is the 0 point on the x-axis. So the population grew. The asterisks in the middle and right-hand graph show when we're anticipating starting releases. So you can see that even releasing 6 subadults every year, or on the right-hand graph, releasing 6 adults every year, the population stabilizes over time, albeit at a slightly lower population level, which isn't too bad considering this current space limitations at the captive breeding centers. But we don't expect releases to have an impact on the captive population in terms of like a long-term decline. And this is true for every release scenario we considered, except for releasing 10 adults every year. At that point, the population starts to decline over the long term. And so that we aren't considering releasing 10 adults. That was kind of just an extreme scenario that basically was just put in there to kind of validate our models and show that there is some point at which the population would decline. The same is true for the probability of retaining rare alleles. These are alleles with a less than 5% occurrence in the population. So never releasing birds, we expect some background in retention of rare alleles. Releasing 6 subadults every year. Going forward, there's not really a difference in the rate of loss of rare alleles in the captive population, and the same is true for releasing 6 adults every year. So the group that's responsible for decision-making with Alala is called the Alala Working Group. It has members from DOFA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, National Park Service, San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, the Nature Conservancy, and the Maui Alala Cultural Advisory Group. And after the issues we were experiencing in 2019, 2020 with an increase in mortalities on Big Island, the decision was made to initiate a pilot project releasing Alala in Maui Nui, where EO do not occur, or I guess they don't breed. There are infrequent sightings of EO, but they're not established in Maui. And then on Big Island, we are continuing to study EO spatial behavior in Alala habitat in order to inform hopefully future releases on Hawaii Island. So a brief overview of the project goals. We're hoping to determine whether Alala can be released and will breed in Maui Nui through a short duration pilot project. This will enable us to assess suitability of Maui Nui as Alala habitat and hopefully inform the establishment of wild populations of Alala in the absence of EO to prevent the extinction of species. And I'd like to point out that subfossil remains indicate that corvids, either Alala or a very similar species, were once present on all Hawaiian islands, and that Maui had Alala or a very similar species. So we considered 8 sites on both Maui and Molokai, and the working group evaluated these candidate sites using a SWOT technique. And basically we were looking for sites that had high quality forest within the elevational range of the Alala. We looked at the occurrence of native foods, the logistical feasibility for access to the sites for a field crew to monitor Alala, precipitation, ability of a crew to implement predator control and other management actions, support from the land management agencies, etc. And from that SWOT, we ended up choosing 2 release sites on East Maui, both of which are managed by the state of Hawaii. They're both forest reserves, the Ko'olau Forest Reserve and Kipahulu Forest Reserve. Kipahulu Forest Reserve has the advantage of being much closer in terms of precipitation levels to Alala habitat or historical Alala habitat on Big Island, whereas Ko'olau Forest Reserve is a bit wetter. However, of course, Ko'olau Forest Reserve has existing camp infrastructure, and the state is supportive of construction of aviaries. Kipahulu Forest Reserve, the habitat's much more open, and there shouldn't even be much clearing required to construct aviaries. So at this time, both sites are still being considered, and it's likely that both sites will be used just to have the ability to introduce subsequent cohorts of Alala and not disturb the previous cohort. So possibly alternating years or something like that. So prior to release, we will develop a pool from which we can draw birds that will be candidates for release. So the initial screen will be based on demographics. So considering inbreeding coefficients and founder representations just to maintain the genetic health of the population. We'll also consider sex ratio of the released population, trying to maintain a 1-to-1 sex ratio as much as possible. We'll consider bird age. We don't know the optimal age to release Alala. The 1990s releases saw an optimal age of about 3 to 5 months, whereas the 2016 to 2019 releases, the optimal age appeared to be a little bit older. So that's just something we're going to keep our eyes on and monitor and try to find that optimal age, which will help Alala survive in the wild. We'll also consider rearing method. I mentioned earlier that we either puppet rear or let the parents rear Alala chicks and fledglings. In the recent Pu'u-Maka'ala releases, there wasn't any difference in survival comparing chicks or juveniles reared with either method. We're considering releasing adults as well in this upcoming release. So we will consider the breeding history of the adults and try to balance releasing individuals that have experience breeding while also keeping good quality breeders in the population, especially those that might not be represented genetically as well. Following those demographic filters, we will also use behavioral criteria to evaluate candidate birds for release. This includes anti-predator training, and birds will be tested using a very rigorous protocol to ensure that they have adequate anti-predator behavior. Also social cohesion, foraging competency on a variety of native foods, including insects and native fruits. And then flight competency, just ensuring that they appear strong enough to be able to navigate the landscape on Maui. And then finally, release birds will be whistle trained, which basically is a form of operant conditioning in which an auditory cue is paired with a food reward. And this will help facilitate recapture of birds on the landscape should they need to be brought in for rehabilitation or veterinary care. Finally, release candidates will undergo a veterinary exam where vets will ensure that they're appropriate body condition for release, that they're within their normal weight range, and that they don't have signs of, stress-induced feather damage on their tail and wings. So our plan for the upcoming East Maui releases is, again, to employ a soft release technique of either sub-adult or adult Alala. Subadults will be released in groups of up to 6, which is the most we can release safely with the size of aviary we're planning to use. Subadults will be released at ages ranging from 3 to 20 months, but in cohorts of similarly aged individuals. So a maximum span of differences in ages of about 3 months. And this is to promote social cohesion. We're also considering releasing bonded adult pairs. And this we believe will kind of expedite the timeline of the project, because we're assuming that an adult pair that has breeding experience is more likely to breed more quickly in the wild. We're also considering releasing solo adults if the sex ratio needs to be balanced due to mortality of increased mortality of one sex, or a shift in sex ratio due to reproduction in the wild. Releases won't occur during the coldest, wettest months of the year, and this is because we did see a few mortalities in 2019 and 2020 that appeared to be related to low body condition during a winter storm. So the first releases are planned for spring 2024 at the start of the dry season. And predator control will occur intensively for a few months prior to release and ongoing around supplemental food stations, both to limit rat access to the food stations and also to protect Alala, because presumably they will be spending at least some amount of time around the supplemental feeding stations. So our monitoring plan involves marking birds with color bands and solar Argos satellite tags. We will monitor in person every day while the birds are in released aviaries and for the first 30 days after release. We will also monitor daily during critical stages, such as weaning. And then the plan is to monitor 2 weeks per month while on supplemental food. So the goal is to have this period of time be about 6 months. However, we're going to adaptively manage. And so they may be on supplemental food for up to 2 years, just depending on how the weaning process is going. After weaning, we will visually monitor at least every 2 to 3 months, and the satellite tags will provide location data remotely. The satellite tags should last for around 3 years, so we'll continue remote monitoring for 3 years or until the tag fails. We will also use trail cameras and our RFID readers placed at the supplemental feeding stations, also known as hoppers, to record bird weight. And both of these techniques have been used previously to monitor Alala. RFID has the advantage of being the data processing is much faster than going through thousands of photos, but the trail cameras have provide a visual assessment of bird condition in addition to just knowing the bird's weight. Plan for weaning. So as I said earlier, we're going to set up supplemental feeding stations placed in the vicinity of the release aviary. They'll be at first quite close to the aviary, so the birds can be inside the aviary and see them. They'll have been trained on how to use the feeding stations, and so they'll know those are a source of food outside of the aviary, and they'll hopefully come to them readily once they're released. And then gradually over time, we can move the feeding stations away from the aviary in order to encourage space use and reduce con-specific aggression. Previous research has indicated that feeder movements of up 150 meters per day are easily located by Alala, and thus we can guide dispersal effectively into high quality habitat in areas where we want them to be foraging. Birds will be fed their captive diet, including fresh foods, for up to 30 days after release. And then we will start transitioning them to a less desirable pelleted diet to encourage them to use wild foods as much as possible. Starting at around 4 months, we plan to begin to wean the Alala from supplemental food, and hopefully they will be weaned within 2 years. And as I said before, we're planning to adaptively manage weaning based on bird condition and observations of them foraging on wild foods. So we're working with U.S. Wildlife and National Park Service to prepare an environmental assessment for this action. We sent out early consultation letters in February earlier this year, and we expect a draft EA to be published in September for public comment. We anticipate a finding of no significant impacts. So far, our analysis indicates clear benefits to Alala, also benefits to native plants since Alala are seed dispersers. There's also the potential for Alala to spread seeds of non-native plants. We're considering impacts to native forest birds and snails, both of which are considered potential prey items for Alala. And as I said earlier, Alala will be whistle trained. So any unanticipated impacts we see, we can get the Alala off the landscape if we need to. If the release is successful, we're planning to prepare an additional NEPA document starting about 3 years after the release in 2027. And this document will have a larger project area, possibly including the entire island of Maui, and would pave the way for establishment of a wild population on Maui. However, at this time, we're just initiating this pilot project in these smaller areas. So that's all I wanted to talk about today. I'd love to get some feedback and have some spirited discussion about this. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Lindsay, for a very thorough presentation. I'd like to turn it over to the committee. If you can turn on your cameras for the discussion. Thank you. And I see Melissa has a question, and then Jim. So go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you so much, Lindsay, for a very detailed presentation. There's something very reassuring about every kind of anticipated question that I had was answered as you went through the presentation. I really appreciate that and the deep thought that's gone into that. Given that you don't anticipate, hopefully, deaths due to EO, although they do sometimes occur on Maui, what do you consider to be the biggest threat? Mortalities are likely to happen. Where do you anticipate those mortalities are likely to come from? And do you have kind of an estimated tolerance for mortality in this first release?
We don't have an estimated tolerance. Like I said, we're just employing adaptive management. Currently, we're meeting monthly, and I expect that once birds are on the landscape, we'll be meeting more frequently, probably about twice a month, just to continue to evaluate everything. In previous releases, again, I'm fairly new in my position, but in previous releases, it seemed, just from what I've read and heard from other people, it seemed to be fairly obvious when something was going wrong. Like I said, in 2016, it was within a week and 3 birds had disappeared. And then when mortalities again accelerated in 2019, 2020, the decision was made to bring them in. So it's something that, as I said, the working group with representation from all those agencies will be working to kind of balance that. But the biggest concern that everyone has is East Maui is wetter than where they occur on Big Island. So I said we have those 2 sites, one of which is fairly close to the precipitation levels on Big Island. The other is a fair bit wetter. So we are concerned about how they're going to do with more precipitation, more weather. And yeah, that's why we're giving them a solid dry season to acclimate to being in the wild, and hopefully they'll be able to survive that winter based on their experience in the wild during the dry season.
Got it. Thank you. A brief follow-up comment. I think it's a really great idea to have a conversation about either what decline levels or what cutoff point would be the trigger for pulling them back in. And just having that number ahead of time reduces stress in the moment of the decision-making. So kind of knowing what your tolerance level is ahead of time is really important.
Thank you. I'm taking notes, and we'll pass that on to the working group.
Thanks, Melissa. Jim, and then Loyal.
Thanks, Lindsay. A great presentation. Pretty ambitious project. Could you talk a little bit more about the food resources on site? I realize you're going to be doing supplemental feeding to start with, but I do have some concerns in terms of those sites having adequate food to sustain a viable population. how do those sites compare to the sites that were assessed on the Big Island, and particularly the more optimal areas that Alala were known to remain in until the end?
That's a great question. I personally have not visited any of those sites. And I don't believe any formal surveys were done, but crews have visited all those sites with it. Then the crews have had experience with Alala and have confirmed that there's enough, or they believe there's enough, at least fruit resources out there. I know Lainey was involved in some of those site visits. I don't know, Lainey, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, we did not do like Lindsay said, we didn't do a quantitative assessment, but we did sort of qualitative assessment of the sites that we visited. We took into account, the species and diversity of food, and in addition to that, the elevational gradient that was available to them, because the foods are seasonal, and in the past they've moved up and down to follow the food resources. So we really wanted to make sure that they were going to be able to do that, and that was food. There was areas available at lower and upper elevations that they could move around. There is, yes, the sites in general, like all the sites we visited, were not as high quality as the previous release sites, but we feel that there was a significant, especially at lower elevations, there was quite a lot of non-native species that could provide food, such as strawberry guava, and we feel that can, the availability of the foods on the landscape, combined with the supplemental feeding, which doesn't have to end. We could continue to do supplemental feeding using remotely operated feeders indefinitely if we needed to.
But isn't the goal to try and get them established self-sustaining in the wild? I mean, that would...
The goal of this project is to evaluate whether they could survive in the wild, not to establish a self-sustaining population in the wild at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And thanks. Loyal, go ahead. Oh, I saw Loyal, and then.
Sorry about that. So just some follow-on questions for Melissa and Jim's questions. So this is going to be like a 5-year pilot. So the expectation is the birds get collected up at the end of 5 years and brought back in, unless you've done an EAEIS that's going to look at establishing a long-term population, right?
Yes.
And is this state
Correct.
funds only, or is this state and federal funds?
Currently, there are state and federal funds going toward the releases.
Okay, so Fish and Wildlife Services is planning on doing a Section 7 on this?
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And I would agree with what Melissa said about, knowing what your criteria are for failure when you're going to pull stuff back, but also for success. So being very explicit as to what you would see as success for this project, as well as the failures. Now let's see, what other questions do I have here? Oh, is Fish and Wildlife Service looking at an experimental population designation on this? No. Okay. And this is more of a kind of a long-term aspect. Is it would be good during this pilot if you make sure that you pay attention to, if they are, for example, using strawberry guava, and it becomes a critical part of their food supply there. Just it'd be good to know that during the pilot, because that will be controversial then for the full-time establishment, if there's going to be a group of people who don't want to control strawberry guava, for example. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and
For that feedback.
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Oh, I'm just saying thanks for that feedback.
Yeah, and we will be doing field observations of this is what we did in Pu'umaka Ala. We did observations of the birds, like their behaviors in the wild, and feeding observations. So we will get information on what they're feeding on.
Yeah, and I would, as a minimum, do a survey for the plants that might get affected, or positively or negatively, before you release, and then also at the end of your release to see if there are any trends there, which would better inform your longer term project down the road. Because I could see where there could be positive benefits, and I can also see where there could be a lot of negative benefits as well.
Okay.
Sorry, so you're saying you would recommend plant surveys?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Particularly if you've got T&E species in there that are, say, lobelioids, which I'm assuming you would be looking at as potential food sources.
Yeah, definitely. We're also considering, I didn't mention this, but some sort of seed tray in the vicinity of supplemental feeders to look, for gut passage, what's going through their guts, what are they consuming. So yeah, that doesn't really help with plant establishment, but at least what they could be dispersing. So that's on the table as well. I didn't mention that.
Yeah, and of course, then there's still the issue with folks on Kauai wanting to do the same thing with some of their birds, and just thinking about what those actions might be too with Alala.
Go ahead, Lisa.
So just a kind of a question, and maybe even Fish and Wildlife or DOFA can answer this, but I recognize that this is a pilot and it's mostly on state land with neighboring federal land, but is there an anticipated need for a safe harbor agreement, either island-wide or for some of the other private lands that could be impacted by this species? And would that be part of the NEPA work happening after 5 years, or how is that going to be considered in this initial pilot?
Lainey, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, for this site, that has not come up. Well, these two sites. We are working very closely with National Park Service, and who are I've forgotten the term, co-leads.
Participating agency, I think.
Yeah. Didn't that change? I think it changed from, anyway, sorry, I've forgotten the term, but they are very much involved in the drafting of the environmental assessment. And the Nature Conservancy are part of the working group. Other landowners nearby, we are working on the ground with, we're doing outreach with, talking with landowners, ranchers, and we've been consulting with them. There hasn't been any major concerns raised so far, but yeah, we'll obviously continue to work really closely with adjacent landowners and as the project progresses.
I think to Lisa's point, I know I've heard some landowners express concern, particularly if they're doing koa forest restoration, but it's restoration in the sense of planting a native plant, but they do plan on harvesting it in 30 to 50 years. And if the alala, if the decision is made to establish alala on Maui, then if they establish nesting habitat in those forests, they might be prevented from harvesting. And that's their motivation for planting, right? Their investors are counting on them getting a profit 30 to 50 years from now. So just, I know those conversations are taking place because I've heard them reference public meetings. But I think Lisa's point regarding potential safe harbors and everything, to me, it sounded like there wasn't a clear mechanism actually to address that very specific issue of something like a 30 to 50 year investment in a harvested crop that then is utilized by alala for nesting. So a problem that needs some deep thought. We want private landowners to be restoring their lands. We want them to be planting native plants, but there is a conflict coming down the road that the next generation will have to deal with, and we want to set them up for success.
Yeah, and we'd definitely be open to discussions about a safe harbor agreement.
Sorry, just for clarification though, is safe harbor the actual mechanism that would still allow them to harvest the koa if alala were nesting in it?
Not an active, I think this is where we'll get Fish and Wildlife involved, but not an active nest, no.
Right.
That would be
Yeah.
told.
Okay. So yeah, I think just something that maybe needs some more thought. I don't think anyone would agree with harvesting the nest of, or, destroying a nest of a currently nesting endangered species, but it does create some real challenges.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and just given from past experience on Hawaii Island and Kamehameha schools being a really important piece of, the release area, just anticipating that if it is successful on Maui, that, the other private landowner partners would definitely, I'm sure, want protections in place.
Yeah.
And what's the total cost for the project, the 5-year project?
Ooh.
That is a great question. We're currently funded through the end of 2024 and seeking funds after that. I would have to look that up. I want to say around $250,000 a year, but that first year includes like infrastructure. And Eleni, do you have those numbers?
I don't off the top. Yeah, I think that's an underestimate because we've got Section 6 funds, competitive state wildlife grant funds, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation funds, San Diego Zoo funding, and state funding. So depending on how widely you cast the net, we don't have the total figure off the top of our heads, but there's different aspects to it.
He's right. I had forgotten about Section 6, so it's definitely more than $250,000. We'd say, $350,000 to $500,000 a year. I think would be
so much cheaper than the Big
very
Island one. So much cheaper than the Big Island ones.
I wouldn't say so. I would think
But maybe my estimate's off.
I think it's similar. Sorry, Lindsay.
I will say also that just because the sites are much less accessible than the Big Island sites, we are shifting toward more remote monitoring, and that would be, long term after the supplemental NEPA document. It would be a lot of remote monitoring, which would, in theory, reduce the costs. Although you do have the helicopter transport and all of that to get to the remote sites for the in-person monitoring.
Well, there may be a difference too in whether people are including or not including the cost of captive rearing alongside the cost of the actual release and the numbers that one hears from people.
Yeah.
So one more question. Let's say that this is wildly successful and you have really successful breeding and individuals reaching maturity in the next, that are 3 or 4 years old, maybe at the time of the end of this project in 5 years. Those individuals that are offspring are not going to be whistle trained for recapture, right? Like that's something you have to do pre-release. And so those individuals would be more challenging to capture, just noting that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Is there any more questions from the committee?
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciated hearing about the project for sure.
Thank you all for your feedback.
And I think Lindsay mentioned it, but the environmental assessment draft will be coming out around September, and committee members are welcome to, we'll reach out, but committee members are welcome to submit their comments to the environmental assessment itself. Okay, if there's no more discussion on or any public comments on item number 2, then I'd like to move on straight to item number 3. Thanks, Lindsay. So thanks. Item number 3 is the continued presentation and ESRC discussion of the KIUC draft habitat conservation plan. And I'd like to turn it over to, not sure who's presenting first. Is it David or Dawn?
Aloha, Lainey. Dawn Huff, thank you. I'll start us off today.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for giving us this opportunity to speak with you again about KIUC's HCP. I'm just going to run through introductions very quickly here so we don't take too much time with this. We have with us from KIUC today, Brad Rockwell and Beth Amaro. And from ICF, we have David Zippin, John Brandon, Ellen Berryman. And from ARC, we have Andre Rain and Mark Travers. And from Hallux, we have Kyle Pius. I think I caught everyone. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to David Zippin to start us off on the presentation.
Great, thank you, Dawn, and good to see everybody again. Thanks for your time today. I'll start off by just going over the format we had in mind. We do have a lot to cover, as Lainey said. And we've tried to be as organized as we can to keep things focused on your questions and comments. And that really is the goal for the next 2 days of meetings with you, is to really begin to address the comments that you've provided at all 3 of those meetings that are listed on the screen. The February site visit, the March 1st public workshop that many of you attended in person in Lahui, and then our May 17th item on the agenda where we received some of your comments as well. So the reason I said begin to address is that we won't be addressing all of your comments and questions. These 2 days, our focus will be the covered seabirds. Since that is what you had the most comments on, we thought it would be best to focus on that. And then we'll be coming back to you later to talk about the covered water birds and green sea turtle. So what we're going to do is have 6 topical sections. They generally correspond to each of the agenda items before you. And at the beginning of each of those sections, we'll summarize the questions and comments that we heard that we intend to be addressing in that section. So we have tried to pull in a number of your comments and questions into and group them in logical ways. And hopefully the material that we present will help to address those. And the material that we'll be presenting to you is a combination of some material that you did see before in the late February and March 1st meetings, but reorganized and combined with some new figures, some new data plots, trying to present information, most of which is already in the HCP, but just in different ways to try to address your comments and questions. And there's a lot to go through, so we thought too it could be helpful to have some repetition of some of the things that we covered before, and again, give you an opportunity to ask more questions and provide more comments.
David, this is Lisa Spain, just kind of touching in, and I recognize, you're kind of going an overview of this whole section. I just wanted to check in because I see on the agenda that item 1 is actually a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service overview of the shearwater landscape strategy. So I just was wondering, Should we have
Yes.
that happen first, or is that built into your?
It is built in. Yeah, we
Okay,
have
great.
a placeholder. Thanks for pointing that out, Lisa. Yeah, we have a placeholder for that. The Fish and Wildlife Service prepared their own slides, so they'll be sharing their screen, and we'll start with them. I just wanted to cover the big picture first. So yeah, thank you for that. No problem. And actually, their presentation is part of really section 1, which is to give all of you more background on the rationale for the conservation sites being proposed in northwestern Kauai. So they will give a presentation. We will also provide some additional slides as well to support that discussion. The next item on the agenda is actually the item A2, which is how the proposed conservation plan will achieve net benefit. And that's sort of cutting to the bottom line for the whole plan. And we understand that's certainly of great importance, and wanted to share with you some later slides in the presentation to really go over just in 2 slides why we believe that the conservation plan does provide full offset and a net benefit for the covered seabirds. And then we can go through the rest of the sections to provide more background on why that is. So that's the intention there. Section 2, Kyle will be giving a presentation about the predator control methods and effectiveness. A number of questions have come up on those topics, and we wanted to be sure everyone understood how they've been doing predator control and how effective it is. Section 3 will cover other elements of the conservation strategy, sort of stepping back to the bigger picture. Section 4, monitoring and adaptive management, will also be presented. That was some questions and comments previously. And then the split between today and tomorrow is definitely fluid. We'll take as much time as you need today to cover the material. If we don't get through all 4 sections today, that's fine. I think there's more room tomorrow if we need it. But this is just a tentative break between the days where the next section tomorrow would be the conservation site benefits. And again, we'll cover some of that early, right after the Fish and Wildlife Service presentation as well. And then finally, the last piece, which is probably the shortest, which is some specific questions about power line minimization, how that's measured and accounted for and monitored in implementation. All right, so that's the game plan. We'll start with the first section, which is the overview of the conservation sites for the seabirds. And to follow that organization, just to touch on the questions we are trying to address in this section. And I'll just run through them quickly. I know you can read them, but why are the 10 conservation sites only in Northwest Kauai? Why not include other parts of the island that have more geographic diversity in conservation sites? And sort of a corollary to that being, why is the HCP not protecting breeding colonies elsewhere on the island? Number 3, why not propose to reestablish colonies outside of Northwest Kauai that have been lost? Number 4, how do bird flight paths from these sites affect their likelihood of collisions? And that's certainly related to the selection of conservation site locations. Number 5, what benefits are we seeing at the conservation sites, and will it succeed? Will the conservation measures we're proposing at those sites actually work? And then finally, what was the role of Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA in selecting those sites? And that's something that Fish and Wildlife Service will speak to in their presentation. So I'm sure there may be more questions you have, but again, this is what questions we've already received and heard at previous meetings and wanted to address directly here. So before I turn it over to Fish and Wildlife Service, just a reminder of the 10 conservation sites and where they're located. You'll see various versions of this map, actually quite a bit. This is just one way to look at it, with the 10 sites overlaying both state lands in the dark green shading, DOFA land in the white hatching, and then private land outside of that in the red hatching. Okay, so next we'll go to the Fish and Wildlife Service. Aaron, who are you sharing?
Erin, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can see your mouth moving, but we can't hear you. No, still can't hear you. Might be a microphone issue. So if you click on the caret next to the word mute, next to the mute button, you can select a different microphone and see if that helps.
We could hear you earlier, so whatever you did last time should work.
Melissa's suggestion to check for a different microphone might help.
Now I think he's frozen.
We might need to push this item to a later point in the agenda.
Yeah. Oh, he's come back. I think we lost him. Where is he? Oh, there we go.
Out of curiosity too, while he's troubleshooting, just as a matter of protocol, it seems like it might be ideal in the future to have someone who's not the sitting committee member that day do presentations like this, so that the committee members are able to function as committee members, especially when we have a really small number of committee members present. It essentially sidelines a person during a Q&A time to have the person on the committee doing the presentation on behalf of Fish and Wildlife Service to comment on process.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. I think Michelle, who's normally the member for Fish and Wildlife Services, away for, she's in the mainland on detail for 2 months. So that's kind of why Aaron is doing double duties. But yeah, good point. Looks like we're still trying to connect to audio. It's strange because we could hear him before during the introductions. We still have quorum. We could go to A2 while we're waiting and then come back to A1.
Can we take a 3 or 4 minute break and I can see if Aaron's going to be able to do his thing? Because I know Kavika's not on yet. He wanted to be online for the next section.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And we do want Aaron to be able to participate in discussions as well. So
It looks like he's trying to sign back in. So we'll see if that helps.
are you letting him in or? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if people need to take a break, we'll come back in 3 minutes at 9:35.
And Kavika just entered as well.
Okay. Great. Perfect. Hi, Kavika. We're just waiting for Aaron to set up, but can you introduce yourself and confirm if there's anyone else in the room with you?
Aloha, Kavika Winter, and I am walking with nobody else with me.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone's in touch with Aaron by cell phone to see what's going on, because it seems like we lost him completely.
He's texting me that he's getting just a spinning circle on his computer and it's not functioning, which might be why his face froze up, but the worst possible time.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to skip and go to the next agenda item and then come back to him, because if he can't get back on within a minute.
What item are we supposed to be on?
We were trying to, we're item 3A1, which Aaron is presenting, but he's having issues with audio. And so we're thinking of going to 3A2 and then coming back to 3A1.
Okay, thanks.
We've only done item 1 and 2 so far. I mean, he may have to turn his computer off and on again, which.
Yeah, we just suggested that to him to restart his computer.
Okay.
Did you start presenting already?
No.
Okay.
Lainey, if I could suggest, one thing we might do is go to item A3, which I think is more closely related to A1. And I think then if Aaron's able to figure out his audio, I think it'll be an easier transition.
Okay, does that sound okay? I'm just worried that Aaron's not going to be on for that agenda item. So we lost him. I don't see him.
Yeah, I haven't got a text back from him whether he's rebooting or not. We do have other Fish and Wildlife people on Zoom, so I don't know if any of them are willing to do that item if he's not able to get back on. But for now, we'll just push it to later in the day.
Okay, so are you okay with us doing 3A3 and then going back? Does that sound okay, Kate?
Yeah, I would think so, as long as we stay on schedule.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to item 3A3. David, are you presenting that or someone else?
Yes, I'll be presenting with support from Andre and John and Mark, who you see on one screen, and that's labeled Andre.
Okay, great. Go ahead then. Thanks.
Great. Let me share. All right, can everybody see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. All right, so again, different way to show you the 10 conservation sites. We wanted to go through some of the rationale for why Northwestern Kauai, but it's good to just remember the history of those sites. Most of them were established from 2009 to 2016. And then predator control and monitoring, which we'll talk about in more detail, has been occurring since then. 9 of the sites would support Newell shearwater. 7 of the sites would support Hawaiian petrel. So one very important reason for selecting sites in that part of the island is the availability of suitable breeding habitat. And this was based, the selection process was based in part on knowledge and modeling of available breeding habitat. This is a combination of 2 papers, one from 2014 on the left and 2017 on the right. Andre was a co-author on both of these. So I will let him explain briefly what you're looking at here with this, with these 2 figures.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so these are 2 papers that were, I was a co-author on, but it was the lead author was Jeff Troy. And he modeled suitable breeding habitat for both the A'o, the Newell shearwater, and the Ua'u, the Hawaiian petrel, in 2014, 2017. And he used polygons, seabird polygons that we had created during our time at KESRB. And he used those polygons of where birds were breeding and where birds were seen and distributed to create these habitat suitability models. And they were, you know, although the 2014 one, which is the Newell's one, is pretty early on in our the period of time that we've been working on this, they're remarkably accurate in terms of the distribution that he presented. So you see here the Newell's shearwater has a larger available breeding habitat, but a lot of it, a lot of the areas where their breeding habitat is located are dissimilar to areas where the Hawaiian petrels are, and that's a feature of the 2 species. The Newells are also found in places like the Nepali coast on steep, dry cliffs, whereas the Hawaiian petrels are more interior, wet forests, which the Newells are also found in. So you can read both those papers to find out the exact methodologies that he used, but the key features that came out were, for both species, were slope and native vegetation as being key factors for distribution. And also wind, particularly for the Hawaiian petrel. And clearly this is available breeding habitat, so it's not where the birds actually are, and I think that's an important thing to bear in mind. So although you can see there's a lot of available breeding habitat, the birds themselves are not distributed like that anymore due to all of the factors that we're all aware of, including, well, all the human-related factors like parent-line collisions, light attraction, introduced predators, plants, so on and so forth. So that's a quick overview of those 2 papers. I don't know if you wanted me to say anything else at this stage, David.
No, I think that's fine. I'll go to the next slide, which is a combined model that was in the 2017 paper, and just illustrates again Andre's point that the Hawaiian petrel has less available breeding habitat, and when you combine them, it does, if your intention is to find sites with both species or likely to have both species, it does limit the areas more considerably.
So this is Loyal. I have a question on that. So why would you limit yourself to areas that have to have both? I mean, they're 2 different species, right?
I would just say that actually the species that we are most limited by is the Newells, trying to find available manageable areas for Newell shearwaters, and the Hawaiian petrels often are then found in those areas. So I don't know, David, if you want to comment on that as well.
No, I think that's right.
Yeah, but your newels had a bigger area, and so you're constraining your newels down to overlap with your wine petrol. So I'm kind of unsure why you wanted to do that as a strategy.
Yeah, and Loyal, I think you've got, again, that goes back to my comments about this being available breeding habitat and not actual distribution. So you got to take, like, that's the available breeding habitat of the two species, but that's not actually where they are. So that map, which shows mules breeding habitat all over the place, is indicative of where they could be. But in reality, and I think there's some slides coming up which show current distribution, it's a much more limited thing. And we've, all the way along, it's been the mules that kind of drive the story, because they are not present across the island anymore like they used to be.
So what's the point of the last two slides then if you're not using it?
It's part of the story. So this series of slides is showing the data that were considered when these sites were originally selected. So we're making the point that the habitat is not uniformly distributed around the island, but the suitable habitat, the actual locations where the birds are found are even smaller still. And that's the map here that's being shown. This is the distribution of mule shearwater on the island based on auditory surveys from 2011 to 2019. We do know now that they're at a few more sites than this based on more recent surveys. But again, what was used back when these sites were selected was more limited areas than even the available breeding habitat suggested.
David, can I jump in there?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, the other thing to note about these maps is, like David said, firstly, this is distribution from auditory surveys. So these are the areas that we did surveys in. There were certainly large areas that we were not allowed to access because of private property. That includes areas like Robinson Land. And so although clearly there are birds in those areas, those were excluded anyway because we weren't allowed to get in there. And so therefore you wouldn't be able to manage them. There's more data available from song meters to show a bit more distribution. But broadly speaking, when you look at where these birds are, and we've spent years and years and years going into areas looking for these birds, this is a pretty good approximation of the concentrated areas where Newell shearwaters now remain, which is the northwest of the island. And there are small populations scattered about on the south and east of the island. Those are places like Kalaheo Kahili Colony, Anahola, North Fork, Wailua. There's small populations scattered about, but they are very much remnant colonies that are still beset upon by very large threats, which would be extremely challenging to deal with. And I think we'll probably get into that as we go along, but I just wanted to clarify what these maps show.
Thanks, Andre. Similar map for Hawaiian petrel, again, showing the concentration of distribution known a few years ago in northwestern Kauai. And I'll show you some maps in a minute with land ownership, which gets at the point Andre made about a lack of available access at some of these known sites. And then just to show you those two maps, so the red being the Newell shearwater known distribution at that time, the blue being Hawaiian petrel, known distribution at that time. And then you can see the yellow outlines are the proposed conservation sites. So they do, the intention was to protect and enhance the colonies that were already there, and also to create new colonies where social attraction would be pulling in birds from nearby areas. And just for completeness, to show you Van Rump storm petrel, similar known distribution based on the auditory surveys. So here, limited really to Nepali Coast and Waimea Canyon. So here's a map showing land ownership and the colors being the public lands. So the same Newell shearwater known distribution, the same Hawaiian petrel known distribution, but there's a clear pattern here where The state lands shown in the orange cover the areas in northwestern Kauai. The colonies known in, and here I'll get out a laser pointer, see if I can figure this out. The colonies known here in the Wainiha and Lumahai valleys are privately owned. And one of those, I believe, is the Robinson property that was mentioned earlier. But I think the bottom line is access has not been feasible in those areas, nor is long-term management. Moving on to the threats, light attraction being an important threat. This is a map from one of our appendices in the HCP showing radiance measurements throughout the island and the coincidence of or co-occurrence of streetlights shown in red. And there's a lot of other data on here, but the different areas identified there from 1 to 33 are simply what are just called precincts that the Save Our Shearwaters program uses in their counts of fallout from all birds. This happens to show the Newell shearwater fallout data, and that information is shown in blue for each of the precincts that they track, and it shows the average annual number of birds recovered in their program. So I think the blue numbers, as well as just the location of the streetlights and the radiance being all light sources, there are clear gaps in certain parts of the island. And that's, again, another reason why the conservation sites were located where they are. This shows the same data that you saw earlier. The orange shearwater known distribution, the blue petrel known distribution, again overlaid with this radiance and streetlight map. So another question that came up in the last meeting was about flight paths. And of course, the direction the birds are flying matters a great deal as to their risk of power line collision and risk of light attraction. So we have a series of slides to show you. The map on the left will mostly be the same, just to orient you to where on the island we're showing the data. But the map on the right will change depending on whether it's the shearwater, the petrel, and whether the tracks are either inbound to the island coming from the ocean or outbound going from the island out to sea. This was a study that Andre and others did a few years back, where they actually attached GPS transmitters to a number of birds to follow their flight paths from 2 of the proposed conservation sites. The first one identified here, the Upper Limahuli Preserve for Newell shearwater, and the second one being North Bog, which we'll see in a minute, for Hawaiian petrel. So I will let Mark and Andre explain these, and just let me know when you want me to advance the slides.
Yeah, so as David said, this is tracking work that we did in 2016, 2017 using data loggers. So GPS level data from these birds. They were all breeding birds. And we tracked birds from Upper Limahuli, they were all Newells, and then for Hawaiian petrels, they're all from North Bog. And there's some really striking information that you can see from here is that particularly for, this is the Newells here, They have a very specific route into their breeding colonies. This is all the inbound tracks. I don't think you can see my pointer because I'm not sharing my screen, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that map on the left-hand side, what you see is as birds are coming into the colony after their foraging trips, they come in on the Nepali coast, and then they track in over the cliffs, crossing over Hanakapiai until they hit Upper Manoa, and then they all follow this superhighway basically into Upper Limahuli and to their burrows. And that was all the birds that we tracked did this in both years. So there's a little bit of action for birds coming in over that, let's see, Wainiha Valley. And that was 1 or 2 birds. But most of those birds are following this inbound route in and out, and then outward, they're going out at a very high altitude. I don't know, David, if you had the outbound tracks.
I do. I just wanted to show one. Oh yeah, these are outbound.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So those, they spread themselves out a little bit more, like they're kind of just dispersing out to sea. But the interesting here, which is not actually shown on the slide, but they all go out at a very high altitude. So by the time they reach the at sea level, they're a couple of kilometers out already. So I think these tracks are good illustrations of why these birds here in Upper Limahuli, the mules, have a very low threat level when it comes to things like power line collisions and light attraction, particularly when you then consider that in the context of birds on the east and south of the island, which we can get to in a bit.
Quick question, Andre. Doesn't your radar data show slightly different paths, if I'm remembering correctly?
So the radar data is those are targets going over all of the radar stations. And certainly there are birds, especially Wainiha, Lumahai, Hanalei, there are birds going in and out all the time. But those are birds heading into Wainiha, Lumahai, Hanalei. So this is specific to Upper Limahuli only. I think we should just consider this data as Upper Limahuli specific, because these are the birds being tracked from there.
So how much fallout do you get in that area? It looked like you were getting relatively high fallout in that area from the previous slide.
Fallout is, I guess, the main areas of fallout. So these are breeding adults, not fledglings, just to highlight that. And fallout is a fledgling related issue unless there's lights up in the colonies, which is not the case in Upper Limahuli. But there is definitely a lot of fallout in the Princeville area. That's a massive fallout hotspot. And Hanalei, but you can see these areas are more related to the birds coming in out of Hanalei Valley. How about possibly also Lumahai. And that's not to say that there would never be, I think we're not saying here that birds that are going into Upper Limahuli or the management sites would never be faced with the threats of power line collision and light attraction. Like we'll have a slide in a minute which shows that one of the Hawaiian petrels, which clearly had a potential impact with with power lines. But relative to the other areas on the island, these sites are the most removed on the island from the urban threats that the HCP is focused on.
Thank you.
And just for my own clarification, Andre, the Hanalei and Wainiha populations, are they breeding in that private land area? Generally?
Yeah, so there are good populations of both species in Wainiha, Lumahai, and Hanalei. You can see there those polygons, and they're a bit more sort of like in Lumahai, you have more mules. Wainiha, you have more Hawaiian petrels, but both species are in there. Those two valleys are private land. It's Kamehameha Schools and now the new landowners, Brew McCall in Wainiha. And then you've got Robinson land more towards the coast in Wainiha. Those valleys are huge. And I think this is something else that as part of this process of trying to decide where to do management is the prospect of doing management in these large valleys, which is something that we are actually currently considering for the 10th site, is quite daunting because they're very large valleys, and where the birds are in these valleys are way up on the sides of the valleys themselves. So really high up, relatively inaccessible for burrow searching, which is quite different from the areas where management is currently occurring. Not to say that the birds in those areas aren't hard to find. They're on extremely steep slopes and dense vegetation and so on. But from a management perspective, it's much easier to manage these discrete populations that we currently have than these much larger populations. And then Hanalei, there's mules and Hawaiian petrels back there too. That's actually state land. But again, these are huge valleys. And I always feel when we look at these maps that, you know, it's a little hard to conceptualize what it's like in those valleys. Like it looks like a small area, small manageable area, but when you're standing in those valleys and those convoluted terrain and dense vegetation, and they're vast valleys when you're on the ground in there, the concept of doing management, effective management that would have an immediate impact on the birds and increase populations, the scale of it is much, much larger and perhaps probably less effective than dealing with these smaller, more manageable areas.
Are the areas that are fairly steep, are they subject to the same level of threat as the other areas, you know, that are more of the flat terrain?
From a predation point of view, it would be less of a threat, and that's why they're probably still there, right? Like they, you know, they're able to cling on. It's one of the sites I always think to is Sleeping Giant, which is surrounded by urban areas. It's like surrounded by power lines, lights, and so on and so forth. And there is this small population of mules there that are somehow clinging to existence on the cliffs because they're sheer cliffs. And so, you know, the steeper the terrain gets, the less likely it is that they're going to be. You start crossing mammalian predators off the list, like pigs. Probably won't get to them once you reach a certain incline. Same with cats, although the incline would be steeper. Rats can still get to them in steep areas, but if it's a sheer cliff, it's going to be harder for them. And then you're winnowing down to the barn owl, which can get them wherever they are. And so, yeah, if you look at that distribution, if you were to zoom into, for example, either Wainiha or Lumahai or Hanalei, the areas where those birds are the really steepest parts of the valleys. Yeah, we're zooming in right there. And when we do surveys in those areas, we have tried to get to some of the polygons, but it's very dangerous. And you're basically confronted with these sort of 60, 70 degree slopes covered in aluhe with ohias and other native trees, but you're trying to sort of like work your way up these extremely treacherous areas to get to birds. And we haven't actually been able to access those polygons in either Wainiha or Lumahai. I have got to some of the areas in the back of Wainiha, but it's really hard to get to them. It can take all day to get up, like to work your way up those cliffs. And so then you think about the reality of doing management of those areas. I mean, if you think about the monitoring techniques that we use in the current management areas where you're burrow monitoring, well, that's going to be very challenging in an area where you can hardly reach the burrows in the first place. And then if you think about the realities of setting up good nature grids or cat trapping areas or trying to remove these larger predators from very large landscape areas, it's extremely challenging to tackle. And then that's not including all of the power line issues and light attraction issues. So, you know, I totally get this concept, the theoretical concept of not having all your eggs in one basket in the Northwest is a legitimate one, right? Like that's something that you wouldn't want that if there was another way around it. But you think about the existing colonies that exist elsewhere, and I'm thinking in particular the ones that we know, like Kalaheo, Kahili, Haupu, Anahola, Sleeping Giant. Those areas, and we've spent a lot of time in those areas because they were areas that we considered at the beginning. We'd spend months in those areas. And firstly, you've got very few birds left. So there are handfuls of birds left in these vast areas. Secondly, you've got much higher elevated threats, which would be harder to deal with. Like, for example, Kalaheo, Kahili, you've got the power lines, which were removed in some of those areas by KUC up in the colony, but you've got power lines in Lawai, Kalaheo, Poipu, Amau. You've got all the light attraction issues of all those towns, which would be hard. You know, you'd have to start concentrating on each town to try to knock some of the lights out, which are still really bright and still ground birds this day. Then in the colony itself, in Kalaheo and Kahili, it's close to urban areas. You have a high density of predators, cats, dogs, hunting dogs, pigs, rats. You've got rapid ohia death in Kalaheo and Kahili colony already, so that's another consideration. And then you've got all the land users. Those areas are heavily used, particularly by hunters and dirt bikers. And so you've got this additional element of potential conflict when it comes to management, because how are you going to manage an area like that with a small number of birds when you've got all these other land users to contend with and all these higher elevated levels of threat? Then you compare that with somewhere like Upper Limahuli, which has a private landowner who's already protecting the area. lower levels of threat and higher levels of birds from a management perspective. That's why you end up with these northwest colonies.
I'm going to go ahead and step in with the question here. Thank you, Andre, for the answer. I think no one goes into conservation these days because there are easy solutions. There's everything that you do is hard, right? And I mean specifically you, like, going back into the back of those valleys, all the different things that your team is doing, incredibly hard. I understand what you and David are saying as far as the reason these spots were chosen. It's really obvious why you've chosen to work in these areas. I think zooming out to the bigger picture, I think the concern that was brought by ESRC is the fact that at the end of the day, we're not just broadly talking about conservation, we're talking about an HCP. And the number of animals dying projected over the course of this HCP is not being mitigated for by the mitigation efforts. And I understand it's hard, but I think the broader concern was that the areas that have been selected, what you see is gigantic plummets in those population estimates in a lot of areas, while these last remaining focal areas eventually climb out, right? But I think that's the broader concern, is that the plus and the minus just don't add up over the long term with focusing all our efforts just in this area.
Yes. Sorry, Dom, you're gonna say something.
I just want to, because U.S. Fish and Wildlife wasn't able to do their presentation before we jumped into this, I just want to, we launched into the justifications, but I think it's important to just state we're focusing our conservation efforts in the northwest corner of Kauai because that's what we were directed to do. So we had a very specific direction from the agencies that that they wanted conservation. They wanted the conservation sites focused in this northwest corner. And I think that was going to come out in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife presentation, but because we skipped that, I think that's a key point. We didn't choose this on our own. We went this direction through guidance from the agencies.
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, yes. Hi, Aaron. Yes, we can hear you.
I'll try with my camera off for now. So I came in, I think, in the middle of a Loyal question, so I didn't see what you guys started discussing. Really, the rationale for that, for the northwest corner conservation strategy for Newell's, was developed with that 2016 strategy, is what I was trying to say when I was cut up. That was working in conjunction with DOFA, in conjunction with the seabird experts in the islands, the seabird hui. And really the focus was to concentrate there, largely from the examples that I'm hearing Andre present right now, because the habitat's there, the birds are there, and the threats are less. And so to get better conservation, the 2016 strategy was focused in that area, and we are still proceeding down that path. Anyone else, KUC, whoever, we would on Kauai direct conservation into that northwest corner, which is an example of what we've done with the Navy, with the REPI proposals and everything else. So by no means for this HCP or any other impacts from other entities through Section 7 on Kauai would we direct them to do conservation outside of that northwest corner for these seabird species because of the threat levels outside.
I would just look for something then that protects the maximum number of birds and gets you closer to making up for the number of losses. So making the enclosures as big as they can be, that kind of thing. I think one of the concerns we'd raised in the last meeting was that the end size of the proposed enclosure was on the small side compared to what had been proposed earlier. And there wasn't a real justification for why it was so small in the final proposal compared to what had been proposed earlier.
We have slides later in the presentation, Melissa, that address that specific topic. Yeah, we have slides showing predator control outside of predator exclusion fences and the effectiveness of that at the sites where it's been conducted for the last 10 years. So It's late. We could jump to that if you want, but we have a whole section on pros and cons of fences, predator exclusion fencing, and predator control outside of predator exclusion fences, and how the approach that we use at the sites.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think what I just wanted to raise that my eye is on the big picture. I understand why you chose to work in these areas. They're much further away from lights. That's been well justified in the past. And I think it's just the plus minus is not canceling out in my mind. So I look forward to that. I think Lainey mentioned that there were going to be like 20 minutes presentations, then discussion and back and forth. And I just wasn't sure how the pacing was going to go today. So it's just making a note of that. I look forward to that section. Hope we come to it sooner rather than later so we can have that discussion. Kavika, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, so relating to known bird distributions, I'm a little bit concerned because the applicants are supposed to be using best available science and not one study. So Andre just mentioned half a dozen breeding colonies that are not depicted on these maps. I'm assuming that's because they weren't a part of the 2019 study, but it doesn't mean that our best scientific knowledge shows that there are colonies there. So I think that the figures that the applicant is using are a little bit misleading, and it's not helping us to understand the full potential of mitigation.
Andre, I don't know if you can speak to best available science. I mean, I think we have actually factored in the HCP, all the best available information we have at hand. Andre, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, and Kavika, sorry that I just got back a couple of days ago from a 2-week vacation, and so I didn't have a chance to have much of an input into this presentation. But one thing I did want to highlight and David to change was that those maps were simply auditory survey distribution maps from a period of time, and that now we have a wider understanding of the distribution through both the use of song meters as well as more auditory surveys. But the overall picture that presents is still the same. So, outside of the private land areas that we cannot access, the distribution is the same, and that the majority of those birds are where we know they are, and that's that northwest area, including Lumahai, Wainiha, and Hanalei. And then there are these scattered colonies that are very small colonies that are located outside of that. As you go around, you've got places like Anahola, North Fork Wailua, Haupu, Kalaheo, Kikili, and then you have the Waimea Canyon as well, which does have quite a lot of mule shearwaters and banded storm petrels. The Waimea Canyon would be another place that you could think about focusing attention on, because there are good populations of birds there, but they are on those extremely steep, inaccessible crumbling cliffs. That's where the birds are. They're in those sort of little cracks and crevices all the way throughout the cliff areas. And so management in those areas would probably be things like barn owl control from the tops of the cliffs, or perhaps something like extensive cat control to try to get birds to come back up onto the tops of the cliffs. But then you still have the issues of paralines and lights from Kekaha and Waimea and PMRF as well. So I think even with the data, I mean, we could easily produce another map which shows the current known distribution of the species based on acoustic sensors and auditory surveys, and the overall concept would remain the same. You'd get these small little flickers of colonies in other areas, but the majority would still be the same, and it wouldn't change. From my perspective, if I was to suggest areas to manage, I would still be suggesting the same areas as we currently are focused on.
I see your logic there, and I don't disagree with your last statement, but I will stand on that cherry picking data to try and show where remaining colonies are is misleading. And I would think it's more appropriate to use all best available science in depicting remaining colonies.
Well, I think we're being very transparent in the data that we're showing. I don't think we're cherry picking anything. This is the data that was available as of 2019, which is essentially the picture of what was known when the majority of the conservation sites were selected. I did want to ask Aaron whether you are able to share your presentation, even though you're not sharing your screen. Another option is to email it to me and I could share it for you? Or does the
Sorry, David.
What's that?
Sorry, David. I had talked to Kate earlier last week. Because of the dignitary visit and everything else, we're unable to staff a presentation, so we don't have a presentation. That's why we uploaded the 2016 NEST strategy, because that has all the data in it that we use to develop the strategy. And so that's available to the public and to the ESRC members. If they take the time and read it and have questions and want to do follow-up, I'm happy to have the service meet with individuals and answer any questions. But all that information is in the NEST strategy, and
Okay.
we don't have a presentation to share.
Thank you. Maybe just to complete the picture on the flight paths, because I do think that's an important issue. We didn't spend any time talking about the Hawaiian petrel, so maybe if Andre could just speak to a couple slides there, we can complete that picture.
Yeah, so the Hawaiian petrels, they had a different picture than the mules of Upper Limahuli. You can see there's the inbound tracks, and they, broadly speaking, had two routes into North Bog. One was following the Nepali, like the Aodu, but then coming up into North Bog through places like Hanakapiai Valley. And then the other group of birds were a little bit wider dispersed, coming in from that northeast area. They certainly, there are power lines there in that area, but their flight paths were much higher than the power lines, because these data loggers had height as well as GPS location. So most of those birds are coming in higher than the power lines themselves, keeping them out of the range of the power lines. They do have a bit more of a, if you think that these are potentially routes that fledglings might take, the Hawaiian petrels seem a little more prone to going over places like Princeville, which is clearly a light attraction area. But again, when you consider the location of these colonies and the ones further west that we do, like Pihea, Hanakapiai, Hanakoa, Honopu, this is pulling them even further away from the light attraction and power line collision issues. The really interesting bird, and I guess, this shows that some birds are going to do whatever they do, is that one track which comes in from the southeast. I think, David, you have a zoom in on that bird. Yeah, you can see him. He was a really interesting one. He completely did, or he or she, we don't know the sex of that bird, did something very different from every other bird that we tracked. Possibly it was coming in late. It came in around, I think, 2 o'clock in the morning. So maybe it had sort of misjudged its return, was desperate to get back to its chick. But that bird definitely brought itself in line with one of the worst power line collision areas on the island. So its height brought it below one of the worst power lines at one point. So I think, what that track shows is that if it taken in the context of all the rest of our birds, the majority of them aren't bringing themselves into danger. But clearly there's a small number of birds which can, depending on wind or time of night, whatever, potentially put themselves through some of the more the worst areas on the island. And those are actually areas where KUC is actively now minimizing, as I'm sure we're going to be talking about later, through the use of LED diverters and other methods. And a great thing to do, one thing that I would have loved to have done, and we talked about the logistics of trying to do it, is to try to track birds in somewhere like Kalaheo Kahili, to see, what routes those birds fly in and out of, because they're clearly in an area with a whole bunch of threats. But that kind of loops back into the logistics of management and monitoring of an area like that. We had a very small number of mule shearwater burrows that we found in Kalaheo Kahili. Sorry, there's a truck going past. We had a very small number of burrows that we were monitoring in that area. Most of them were too deep to even extract the bird. And just the logistics of trying to do a tracking study on birds in those areas with one or two birds. There was no predator control in there, so the birds are extremely vulnerable. You don't want to keep on visiting the burrows. Just precluded the use of a tracking study in a more vulnerable area. But I'm sure what that would have shown was birds flying over multiple power lines and light attraction areas on their way in or out of the island, if you consider the kind of routes that these birds in the Northwest are using and their behavior. And this one here is outbound tracks. And again, the outbound tracks are pretty similar to what the mules in Upper Limahuli were doing, which is just basically dispersing out to sea. And again, with these birds, we do have a a map in the report, which I don't know if everyone has access to it, but it's available, which shows that these birds are basically they're coasting out just like the mules. So they're heading out to sea and slowly losing elevation as they're heading out to sea, eventually reaching sea level around a kilometer and a half out. So they're going out very high over any of the power lines that are in that area, which is very few. There'd be those ones on the east side over Wainiha Valley and Lumahai.
And then this last slide in this section was just intended to address some earlier comments about benefits at the conservation sites, and wanted to give Andre and Mark an opportunity to explain some of the data that they've been measuring, in some cases over 10 years, for many of those conservation sites.
Yes, so these are the trends at conservation sites based on our various monitoring techniques. And just as a really quick refresher, we monitor the colonies in a variety of ways. We have burrow monitoring and the creation of reproductive success rates. We have auditory surveys to see where birds are and identify the distribution within the management sites. And we have acoustic sensors, which measure call rates, which we use as a measure of the health of the colony as a whole. So really, we're using reproductive success rates to focus in on how the bird's doing at an individual level. And then we're using call rates to say, okay, well, how are the birds doing at a colony level? And so on the right-hand side, we have the results from those acoustic sensors. And we've been putting these results out every year in our annual monitoring reports. So I'm sure everyone's very familiar with them. And they've shown, if you consider these call rates to be, and the song meters are distributed around all of the management sites to give as much auditory survey coverage as possible, to get as much of the site as possible. They're distributed 250 meters or more apart, which is about the distance that the birds CMI have identified as being the distance where call rates might start overlapping between units. So we make sure they're at least 250 meters apart. So you create this sort of auditory web, the acoustic sensors do. And it's been extremely gratifying, I would say, to see how the bird's reacting. So this one here, figure 17, is the AO, mean acoustic activity rates at 7 conservation sites. And annually, we're getting significant increases in call rates in each year, which is really good to see. I mean, it's rare to be able to be monitoring a colony at this level year after year after year for over a decade now. And the trends are pretty clear there. Every year, we're pretty much getting, in areas where there are lots of mules, we're getting increases in call rates over time. And in areas where there's lots of Hawaiian petrels, we're getting increases in Hawaiian petrel call rates over time. And this indicates that predator control is working. You know, what we're seeing here is an increasing population. And it's also seen on the ground. The more that we walk the trails, the existing trails to monitor our colonies, the more we're finding more and more burrows in areas where they weren't before. We're finding more prospecting birds, more prospecting burrows. So anecdotally, that's also an additional factor to consider. But these acoustic sensors are a great way of just independently, an independent standardized way of identifying how management's working, and it's clearly working. You know, if management was not working and predator control was failing, you would be seeing the reverse trend, and that's not. And we do see that in places like the Nepali coast, where there's limited management across the whole of the Nepali. You're getting those birds there. There's no trend. It's kind of bumping along, flatlining, and so on and so forth. So the acoustic sensors are a great way of identifying whether management's working. And then, as you can see in the table there, we'll also get dramatic increases in reproductive success rates. And I think back to the first time I went to any of these colonies in 2011, and it was like a carnage. It was dead birds everywhere. The first Hawaiian petrels I saw were dead. The first Newell shearwater chicks I saw were dead. You'd get to areas where just within a short period of time, you'd find a predated bird from pig, a predated bird from a rat, a predated bird from a cat. And now these predations are still occurring, but they're occurring at a much lower rate. And we're seeing, as cats arrive, they're being taken out by either hallux or NTBG rapidly. The only species that is really proving to continue to be a challenge really is the barn owl. And the barn owl, that being because there's so many of them and they're spread out all over the place and they require very specialized techniques for removing them. Barn owls continue to be a problem. But the other predators, rats, rat predations are just being dropped to extremely low levels. Like North Bog, for example, we were losing 25% of our birds to rats in the first year, and we're now down to sort of 1 to 3% or something like that. So it's been great to be able to monitor these sites at such a long period of time and so extensively, and using multiple methods to see that predator control is working, and it's working well, and it's reversing the fates of these birds in all of these areas.
So Andre, how many, what's the size of those sites right there? You're giving us a percentage increase, but when I go back and I look at the conservation sites and where they're located adjacent to most of them, not including, large colonies, with the exception of Limahuli. So what numbers are actually in those conservation sites? Rather than percentage?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's actually in our annual monitoring reports and has been for the last few years. We actually developed an estimate of population size in each colony. And that draws back to your very initial question, Loyal, about what was the point of showing Troy et al.'s habitat suitability models. We actually use those habitat suitability models within each management site, coupled with our auditory survey polygons, and average nearest neighbor distances to create population sizes for each site, because it's quite difficult to create a population size in a colony for a nocturnal, rare, cryptic species, but we have done that. And I think I'm quite confident with our population size estimates at this stage. And while offhand, I couldn't give you exact numbers, those numbers are in the reports, and they're not marginal colonies either. Places like Limahuli have a lot of mules, Poakea has a lot of mules, Hawaiian petrels, there are huge numbers of mules in places like North Bog, Hanakoa, Pihea. So they're not marginal colonies, they're large colonies. But the population sizes, I don't know, David, if you have access to the report and that table. Oh, sorry, John's just passed me another laptop. Let's see.
So I put up on the screen a later slide, but we're happy to go to it. And it shows, maybe it's the same one John found.
It's the actual.
Well, so when I look at that, so this is Newell, so it's not Hawaiian petrel on that, but some of these are not big. Like most of them are not big.
So Loyal, the estimate that we have for the management sites as they currently stand is slide 88, David, but it's 1,298 to 1,640 breeding pairs of mules and 2,336 to 3,981 breeding pairs of Hawaiian petrels. So, when you consider these are endangered seabirds and rare, those are not small populations of those species.
Which brings me to another question, because when I look at sites like North Bog, okay, so the actual fence site's quite small. So you're talking about what you're doing outside the fence on that, right?
There's no fence in North Bog.
Isn't it going to be a social attraction site there or not? No. Okay, sorry. You have 4 sites with fences, right?
Yes, the four sites would be, there are 2 existing fences that KIUC has either taken over the management last year or will be, Honopu and Pohakea social attraction sites. And then KIUC would be constructing a new social attraction site at Upper Limahuli and in Site 10.
Okay, so we'll get to this later when you start talking about your predator control stuff. So I'll just defer to that.
Okay.
Can I just say something quickly, just a housekeeping question, because I think Melissa had a question earlier about, how the structure, the plan, and I didn't mention it at the beginning, I'm sorry, but we're going to go through each item, and then we're going to, just like we did in the last couple of meetings, we're going to gather, like this is the presentation and question and answers, and then but then we're also going to have a separate discussion and recommendations section where we will gather the recommendations from the committee on a shared screen. So I just wanted to mention that, and we can do it after each agenda item, or we can lump them together. We can just see what works best. But hopefully, Melissa, does that answer your question from earlier? Sorry.
Kind of things. I think what I'm just looking for is that sometimes the presentations, especially in a case like this, where we've had a series of very specific questions, this is a follow-up to an entire day that was full of presentations and didn't have a lot of time for committee discussion. What I was asking for is to ensure that we had enough time for discussion and that it wasn't just like a full day of presentations, again, presenting stuff that we've seen before. So, and that there was more time for discussion. So at the moment, the ratio of presentation to discussion, I mean, we're having to ask a lot of questions. We're essentially getting told, wait, we'll give you an answer later. So I was just trying to think about how we could be a little bit more efficient. Since this is a Q&A time, essentially not a presentation day, but it's feeling like a presentation day. I don't know. We're again being told, oh, just wait, it'll be answered later. It's like, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have some short bites of questions, of presentations with then defined Q&A time.
Okay. So would you like us to just like go through the slides quickly and then go to Q&A and then recommendations?
I'll defer to the rest of the committee. I mean, I started asking, I was holding my questions, then people started asking questions. So I was like, okay, I'll just go ahead and ask them.
Yeah.
If it's going to be a pretty, a 20-minute presentation, which I think is what I saw in your email or you said at the beginning of the day, I can hold my questions for that amount of time. If it's kind of drawing out, then we're going to interrupt and ask questions while we've got them. So I'll defer to the rest of the committee on their preferences.
What does everyone else prefer? That we go through the slides and then go to questions, or do you want to ask questions during the presentation and then go to and then have a separate discussion and recommendations at the end?
I think maybe a hybrid where we go after 3A, we have questions, and after 3B, we have questions, but to go through all of 3 is going to be too long.
Yes, I agree. Okay, I think you said this is the last slide, David, for this 3.
For item A3, that's it. And for item A2, which we skipped before, that there's only 2 slides there. So I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to have questions and discussions. I hope you don't mind that we're skipping around to try to answer your questions. I think we want this to be a discussion based on data, and we're trying to bring to you in easy to understand ways the data right out of the HCP, or present information in other ways. So if that's distracting, we can also turn it off and just have a discussion. So it's really, really up to you. So if that's all right, I'll just go to the 2 slides, which we can also come back to later.
All right, and then can you just point to where we are in the agenda when you hit this slide? Or were you not on like 3C now, or where are we?
No, 3A2. 3A2.
And then we're going to go back to 3A1. So we're going backwards we just did 3A3. Now we'll do 3A2 and then 3A1. And then we'll go to discussion and recommendations for all of item 3A. So does that sound okay?
Yes, I'm sorry, just one more time. Where are we in the agenda? 3A2.
3A2.
Thank you.
All right, so I appreciate the question earlier about offset and providing a net benefit. That really is the bottom line for the covered species and what the HCP is designed to do. And these 2 slides are trying to summarize very succinctly how we're doing that. In some instances, in simpler HCPs, you might be measuring offset in terms of the number of individuals produced versus the number of individuals lost. And maybe it's a 1-to-1 replacement, maybe it's a 2-to-1 replacement, but sometimes that's often used as a measure of offset or net benefit. We're not able to do that here because of the complexities of the impacts, because of the age structure of the population, because of the spatial distribution of the metapopulation on Kauai. And so offset is a little more complicated to explain, but we did still want to provide to you, which is the graph on the right, a comparison between the number of fledglings produced at all of the conservation sites combined, This is our forecast from the model, as well as the power line, collision, and fallout mortality, again, from the model. So we're not claiming that this means full offset because an adult or subadult loss is not the same as a fledgling produced. It's how we're doing it and it's when we're doing it. And we'll show that on the next graph. So again, spatial differences do matter. Hopefully it's a little more clear now why we're focused on northwestern Kauai. And that matters a great deal for the modeling exercise because birds from those conservation sites where predation is substantially lower have a higher expected lifetime contribution to the metapopulation than birds from unmanaged areas. The offset is also a function of time. I'll let John Brandon from ICF explain this more, but there is a lag in the benefits that we're able to produce because of the assumptions in the model, because of the biology of the species as a slow reproducing species. John, did you want to add anything about that?
No, right. So in this comparison, I mean, this is sort of something of a straw person way that one might think about offset. And in terms of the demographic lags noted there, you see in the green line, that's fledglings produced, but that's not an apples to apples comparison to power line mortalities, for example, which include breeding adults. So then you need to make some adjustment there for that age structure. And of course, the differences in mortalities are different spatially. So that really is kind of one of the fundamental underlying things. And then I think that last bullet that David hasn't quite got to yet, but in terms of minimization, if you think of minimization, or minimization is reducing power line mortalities, that's only part of the equation for offset, right? So if you have a drop in power line mortalities, that's one thing, but you need to also account not just for birds that die, but birds that would have died and avoid the lines and then go on to reproduce. So very quickly, you hopefully are getting the gist of how calculating offset in this case, at least, is complicated. And so we're proposing, I think, that the concept of net benefit is a little bit easier to quantify and to provide to you for consideration.
Great. So this is the second slide, and then we'll pause for your questions and comments. You've seen the graphs on the right before, but let me run through the bullets first, and then we can go over those graphs again. We are trying to integrate the complexities of the population, of the nature of the impacts of the taking, as well as the other threats on the island that are there. So we are considering the Hawaii or Kauai metapopulation as a whole for both species. After 2023, as we saw in the last graph, we are always producing more fledglings than lost to covered activities. For Newell shearwater, that ratio expands pretty fast. And that's due to both the increase in reproductive success at the conservation sites, as well as the pretty steep decline in power line mortality that we saw before. We are focused on northwestern Kauai, where the reproductive value of each bird is greatest because of those reduced threats from power line collision and light attraction, and predators, because we're controlling almost all of the predators quite well in the conservation site. So because of that, I think we can say we are producing benefits faster. at least in terms of the actions that we're taking. And there can certainly be disagreements about whether it's enough, but at least what we're doing, we believe will produce the fastest benefits. Our goal, as you saw before in the HCP, is to reverse the metapopulation decline island-wide. And we do see that with New Orleans Shearwater midway through the permit term. And that is without any other conservation. What that means is that we're not assuming that others are doing conservation above and beyond the HCP. The only additional conservation the model assumes is from the mitigation provided by the Kauai seabird HCP. That's it. We know others are doing conservation. We know there probably will be others in the future doing conservation, but for our purposes in this modeling effort, we're not assuming any of those additional benefits. And the last two bullets, I think we can refer to the lines now. And as a reminder of the colors, the HCP proposal is the blue line for both species. And the most important comparison point is between the blue line and the purple line. So the purple line is a hypothetical scenario without any power lines, without any power line collision or collision mortality, and without the effects of light attraction from street lights, from the covered street lights. So you can see that even if those power lines didn't exist, if the street lights didn't exist, there would still be fairly steep declines in both metapopulations on the island due to the other existing threats. And that's without the conservation sites, so without the intervention at the conservation sites. And so with that in mind, our indicator of net benefit comes when, first of all, the shape of the line, and that we have for both species increases in the population later in the permit term for shearwater and stabilizing the population of Hawaiian petrel, and then also a greater final number of individuals. So the y-axis being breeding pair abundance. We have more breeding pairs on the island with the HCP than we would have without any of the take occurring, without any of the conservation measures occurring without the HCP. So that is our measure of net benefit for both species. And that creates a larger metapopulation, one that is inherently more resilient to future threats, and is growing by the end of the permit term. And this is something I certainly want to hear from Fish and Wildlife Service as well, because we have been working with them to help to define net benefit in this complicated situation, and have been using their guidance as well in the kinds of metrics that we're setting and targets that we're setting as well. So John or Andre, anyone want to add anything to that before we take questions? Okay.
Can you help me understand? So there's a difference of about 7,000 individuals between approximately present day 2020 down to the projected 2073 end of permit. Can you just talk to me about the major cause of that 7,000 individual loss? I realize that there's fuzziness to the numbers, there's more individuals lost, there's some individuals born, all of that. But just looking at the graph, there's a difference in 7,000 between present day population estimates and estimated population in end of permit period. What's the major cause of that loss?
Yeah, and we have some more slides that we can we can show, but essentially the major cause in words is we're assuming that there is still an ongoing 12% rate of decline in the outside of the conservation areas in the area that we're modeling from Honolulu K Kaha. And that is a very steep rate of decline. And so that is the way that we're modeling abundance, where the majority of the birds would have to be to explain the number of estimated power line collisions. And so if that rate of decline is occurring, that's driving the essentially all of those lines at the beginning. Now, that I think is a conservative assumption. It's based on one radar site, the Honolulu radar site, from data from 1993 to present. We can look at radar data from 2010 to present, which has a stable trend. So it's assuming there's a bit, it's assuming that there's still thank you. Yeah.
Got it. Sorry, the short answer I was looking for is those mortalities are attributed to power line collisions.
Right.
But the difference
and
predation, power lines, and light attraction.
That's right. Thanks, Don. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not sure if we have estimates on the proportion mortality coming from power lines versus predation versus lights, because that seems like a useful number to know how the difference that our mitigation is going to make. But I think you know, those losses, I know from what you showed last time, you know, a lot of those are coming from the colonies that are expected to continue to decline due to continued exposure to power lines in the southern portion of the island and elsewhere from compared to the mitigation sites where you're getting that benefit of things going up. My understanding is, and this is maybe a question for Aaron, I think I'm aiming it at. My understanding is that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has different models, and I'm wondering if, I think I had requested in the last meeting that I would love to see you know, the models from Fish and Wildlife Service and these models presented side by side so that we can better understand the differences in how those are produced. And I'm just wondering, Aaron, if you can briefly state how Fish and Wildlife Service models differ from these ones.
So they're modeling using similar data. There are differences in some of the outcomes, and we are exploring why there are those differences. But for the purposes of this HCP, I just don't think having a model-to-model comparison would be productive. I'm happy for people that understand models to come visit with Adam and get details on our model, but KUC is not using our model. They're using their PDM model, and so that's their outcomes. They need to be clear in the assumptions they're making. They need to be clear in the data they're using, as we do with our models. But I don't think it would be a productive use of time to have a modeling discussion based on my experience with those model discussions. But for people that understand models and want to do a deep dive and drill down on the models, I'm happy to set something up.
I get that. And having talked with modelers, some in my own lab, I understand that I'm like, okay, I get the gist of it. And I get what you're saying, understanding, you know, all models are wrong, some are useful. And I think what I'm looking for is essentially what are the underlying assumptions that are different between the two models. And that's important for ESRC to understand as we look at these. And these are not the kinds of models that make you feel good about the tremendous effort going in and the potential outcomes. And if these are really optimistic models and they all decline for, you know, 30 years before you even out and all this, it kind of, and they're optimistic, right?
I wouldn't characterize them as optimistic. I would characterize as conservative. We're making real conservative estimates on what is happening with the populations. Like one of our models, to be blunt, had all the birds extinct 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So these models, both the models are, I would not characterize as optimistic.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Probably couldn't have said it better myself, but yeah, this is, I wouldn't think of these as our expectation. You know, they're in that 12% rate of decline that I mentioned. That's something of a worst case scenario bounded by available data. And there are more, certainly we could model something much more optimistic, but we don't think that's as defensible. You know, so if there is an ongoing 12% rate of decline, which again is something of a worst case, then the question is, can the conservation efforts overcome that? Can you still get a net benefit under that, what amounts to a really hard modeling trial? It's one way to think about it.
And what John alluded to earlier is that, you know, what we're seeing now in the last decade is not a decline at all. It's a flat line scenario. So this is very conservative in that it's still declining the population and then assessing how the minimization and mitigation actions deal with the continuing declining overall population, which is not actually what's being seen with the radar if you just consider the last 10 years.
And sorry, just for clarification, that flat line that you're saying you're seeing with the radar is just from the northwest area, or it's considering the whole island?
It's the island, yeah.
So these are the radar sites here, the monitoring sites on the upper right.
And that's, I'd also like to just point out that in that data, the radar data and the flatlining at a much lower level than it used to be, of course, but still a flat line over the last decade is also what is being seen at SOS too. If you look at the SOS fledgling data, it's all fluctuating around a flat line based on moon phase at the time of peak fallout period. So there's two different data sets that are suggesting that things might be more optimistic than are being used in the models. So the models are clearly conservative models.
Are there any other committee questions, or should we have them move to the next item?
Real quick, so 2010, oh, sorry, is
no, you go ahead.
Why was that period chosen? Is that when mitigation started or something?
That was at the time, it was just when we looked at it, it was 2020. So we just used the last decade, which also seemed to be a pretty good inflection point for when the decline was actually slowing down. But that's kind of, I guess that's a legacy of being a decade from the time when we did the initial analysis, which was 2020, that report.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do have a couple questions. Let me get back to my screen here. So when you look at the locations of your radar sites, so I have two questions. The first one is on the location of the radar sites. Do those radar sites cover the conservation areas? They look.
The radar sites do not. The radar sites basically cover from Wainiha all the way around to Kekaha. And then we have, that's because of, it's a truck mounted radar. And so you can't get into, basically once you hit the Nepali all the way around to Wainiha, you're not able to use a truck mounted radar. So before my time, there was an effort to sling load a radar into the Kalalau and switch it so it's a vertical radar. But even in that scenario, vertical radar is much harder to use because you're basically just getting a blip as the bird moves through the arc of the radar itself, because you're in these sort of slot canyons where the radar is being blocked by the walls. And so we've been using acoustics all the way along the Nepali, all the way to the management sites as a way of looking at change over time in these areas where radar is logistically difficult, if not impossible in some areas.
So would you expect to see any change in the radar data over time as you concentrate on the conservation areas?
So we're concentrating management actions on the colonies, but minimization is occurring throughout the radar area, minimization of power lines. So that, and as I'm sure we're going to come to that at some point, minimization is clearly being highly effective in areas where minimization is occurring in terms of reducing power line strikes.
But for the majority of those radar sites, eventually those populations that are going over, the majority of those are going to go away, except for the ones in the Northwest.
No, I think what John was just talking about, and I added to, was the model is a conservative model, but what we're seeing in those radar sites now the last decade is a sort of stabilization of very flat line over at a much lower level than they used to be. So if you combine that with ongoing minimization actions, which are being highly effective, I don't think you're going to see those colonies just winking out. But that's what the model is kind of showing in a conservative way. So one would hope that we're not going to see that happening.
But that's what the model showed.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the other question has to deal with just the evolution of the KIUC HCP and the expectations of that over the last, 15, 20 years, 10 years anyway. So if I go back to some of my earlier kind of presentations that I saw on KIUC and going with the idea of what this particular HCP is doing, this one seems to model out as a projection of something on the order of about 7,000. Well, it'll start hitting about 6,500 niche. Is when it starts to see a turnaround and an increase, so to speak, with respect. And I assume that this offset and net benefits slides is just island wide.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So it seems like you're going to see that somewhere out in the neighborhood of 2055 or something like that. So the earlier things that I have seen done with respect to KIUC going back about 9 years shows something similar to that, but it shows actually, rather than bottoming out at or showing the inflection point at 6,500 breeding pairs, it actually shows it was hoping to get back to the original starting point. It didn't use breeding pairs, it used total numbers of around 24,000 birds. So it would be a dip down from 24,000 back in, say, the 2014 era to then 25 or so years out, hitting back up to a island-wide population of around 24,000. So the modeling obviously changes over a decade. But my question is that due to changes in the way you understand modeling the populations, or you just aren't going to get to the number of conservation areas that can produce the number of birds to get back up to the original 13,000 breeding pairs?
Loyal, I'm sorry, I'm not aware. Can you, what model is this that you're speaking to?
Just some of the original thoughts back 2014 on the KIUC, and those were, I think, out of a KIUC presentation.
So the modeling came out of KIUC?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't have that in my records, and I can't speak to the thinking at that time. Andre, do you have history on that?
I believe what Loyal's referring to are models that came out of planning solutions, possibly, which had when we looked at the original planning solutions options, they were roundly dismissed by everybody, and that's why we've ended up with this new HCP. So I think that's what you're referring to, Loyal, is those ones that were created by planning solutions, which I think we should all just declare null and void.
I don't obviously know where those came out of per se, but I know that some of the original expectations, for going to this sort of planning where you're for HCPs, where you're not just doing a straight, one-for-one replacement of adults, but looking at trying to produce a viable population of the Hawaiian petrels and the Newell shearwaters. That was what they were looking at: 10 sites, 25 years, and they could be back up to it now. And that's why I'm asking the question. Those just may have been very bad projections, but it seems like there's two pieces to that. Either you do or don't get as good a number of conservation areas that you can produce the numbers and get sustainability from, or your modeling itself on what the potential populations are going to be was overly optimistic in the case of the previous 2014 effort. So one of those two, and I just was hoping to get some insight from you guys as to whether it was can't get enough good sites to do the conservation in, or whether the modeling has changed and the situation is much more dire now than it was in 2014.
I can, if it's the planning solutions model, Loyal, I can say that I would not, I personally was not comfortable with the assumptions used in the planning solutions model. We took an entirely different approach that I think using assumptions that were more consistent with what U.S. Fish and Wildlife was using in their modeling. So I don't know that it's fair, or I don't think we can compare the two.
And I can kind of speak to that. I think some of this changes, quite honestly, I mean, there's a lot of nuances in it, but some of the work that's been done on the starting population. And so the starting population, because the data we're using with the Trevor Joyce @C estimates has always been a lot of assumptions pumped into that. I think the starting population on some of those earlier models was a factor in that, in the differences.
If I could maybe,
And I'm just asking what might be the explanations for that. I don't necessarily have a desired outcome. I'm just trying to figure out, trying to reconcile, from 9 years ago, what was projected out, with a sort of a strategy versus what we're seeing now, 10 years later. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I don't think we're prepared today to compare the planning solutions modeling with what we're doing today, but we can certainly go back and do that and respond at a future meeting on that question.
Okay. Thanks.
I would also just point out that at that time, with that model that planning solutions are doing, what KUC were projecting to do with their HCP was far, far, far removed from what is they're currently doing, which is a huge number of sites compared to that original one, which is a few, and masses of power line minimization. So I think if you're comparing models to models, you should also consider the actions that KUC are now taking through their new HCP compared to that old HCP.
yeah, if I could add one thing, I can't speak to the previous model or what assumptions were made, but in terms of that point, and I think Melissa's question a little bit earlier too, but if the question is, why don't we see that blue line getting back up to starting breeding pair abundance? One of the reasons, not only are we modeling, I think, a very conservative assumption about the rate of change that's presently occurring, where we're modeling a 12% rate of decline from the get for the unmanaged area, for the large unmanaged area. We're also modeling a really low rate of increase in the model. So about a 2% maximum rate of increase per year, which is never actually achieved because of barn owls and power line strike mortalities. And so that if we were to model something less conservative, a 4% or 3% rate even, that blue line would be rebounding. The inflection point would be different and the ending abundance would be different, right? So that's just another aspect of the assumption that's made in the model that explains some of that behavior.
Kavika,
Go ahead, sorry.
Kavika's had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, thanks. I'm confused about these graphs, so I need your help understanding a little bit better. What does the purple line mean?
The purple line is a hypothetical scenario without any take from power line collisions occurring. So if all the power lines were removed from the island and there was no streetlight or facility attraction. So in other words, no take from the covered activities at all. And I think that's useful to look at, even though it's not possible, because it does show the pretty dramatic effect of underlying predation that is occurring throughout the island. So that would also be without the conservation measures, without the management at those 10 conservation sites.
Wait, so no take and no conservation. But if there's no take, I don't understand why the declines are so precipitous.
Yeah, John, do you want to give it a try? Yeah.
Yeah. So what we do in the model, in this example, when we're talking about predation, is we have predation estimates from Andre's burrow monitoring. We have those before dedicated predator control. And that purple line is showing, so if we set power line mortality rates in the model to 0, so a hypothetical scenario where there's none of those, fallout in the model we can set to 0. And then we model all those areas as having the predation mortality rates and also the reproductive success rates without dedicated predator control. That's the rate of model decline that results. It's about a -3% rate of decline for Newell's shearwater. I think it's higher for Hawaiian petrel, and Andre can speak to the differences in the relative vulnerabilities to predators between the two species, but that's how the purple line is generated.
Yeah, I think that, sorry.
Yeah, so predation only, no take. Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah, the difference in predation between the two species, I think, is related to the microhabitat that the birds use for siting their burrows. So Hawaiian petrels are typically in less, they like steep land to take off from, but it's less steep than Newell's that are more on the sort of tops of ridge lines with drops on either side. And so that, I think, makes them more vulnerable. They also seem to be more susceptible to rat predation as well. So certainly what we see in areas with lots of Hawaiian petrels is that their predation levels are higher than Newell's, anecdotally. I think that's what's done, and then that's what goes into the model is the predation levels on those two species, and that's why you've got that steeper decline for petrels than Newell's, although they're still pretty steep either way.
Okay, so can I just repeat back what I heard, and you tell me if my understanding is right? It's purple is predation only, and red is predation plus take.
Without minimization. So yeah, unminimized take. Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious why you did a proposed minimized take. How come you didn't do a minimized or proposed mitigation only? I guess that's the numbers aren't adding up in my mind. That's part of the problem.
Well, it's different birds lost than gained. So I think that's part of the rationale. But the gray line is the minimized take. So it's, if you compare only the red and the gray lines, it just gives you a sense of the benefits of power line minimization. So still a decline, of course, because there's still take occurring. It's just less of it, and it does make a difference in the steepness of the curve and the endpoint at the end of the permit term.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Lisa.
Hi, yeah. So I just, and it may come up later in discussion, maybe even tomorrow, but I was just kind of wondering, as you had mentioned, Andre, that this is kind of a conservative approach to the modeling. But as I recall from the discussion in March, there was a great concern about the ratio of juveniles to adults that were being, it was this 80-20 ratio that was being used for the power line strike mortality. And I'm just wondering how much, if there's other data available, and if that ratio does change, how does that dramatically impact how these curves look? And like I said, maybe that'll come up in later discussion.
I can
Okay.
do that. Well, I can't
So I
take
think
this
that's coming up,
data.
isn't it?
Yeah, the data would be marked, but from speaking from model land here, the model results are not sensitive to that. And we do have a slide that helps to explain why. There you go. So what this plot is showing is the reproductive value. So and by age. So age 1 would be fledglings. They're out we assume that they go out to sea and stay out as 2-year-olds and then begin returning as 3-year-olds. And that from 3, 4, and 5 is what we term subadults. And then the black bar shows breeding adults. So this is the reproductive value is the contribution of an individual of a given age to the future growth of the population. And I've scaled it here relative to a breeding adult reproductive value, which would be 100%. And the point here is that the subadult ages, once you get to 5 years old, you're a year away from breeding, and your reproductive value, is about 90% of that of a breeding adult. So for these subadult ages, the reproductive value is 75 to 90% of a breeding adult reproductive value. So from a population dynamics perspective, these are almost breeders. They're coming back to prospect. They're a year or 3 away from reproducing. And there is not a huge difference between what that split is, because they're essentially adults. It's not, these aren't species that are start reproducing when they're 20 years old or something like that, where you'd expect huge lags in the demographics or anything like that. It's a pretty quick difference, I guess, if that makes sense. So that's what we see. We have run sensitivity runs to this. Now, you could assume something like there was 100% subadult mortality or something like that, which I don't think would, and that would be a slightly different story altogether, but I don't think that would be consistent with the data. So, I think the bottom line here is that this is at present, based on the best available data, we've gotten guidance from the agencies to use this split. And so that's where we're using, we've run the sensitivity runs. We're not seeing a huge we're not seeing really any sensitivity to it in the model.
Andre and Mark, I wonder if because this came up also, there was a comment about this from the May meeting, and Lisa mentioned this too, just the work you have done and the status of that work on this topic, the 80-20 or 50-50 split. I mean, Lisa, the short answer is the work is it's not completed. It's ongoing, and there's not a completed findings. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, it's extremely complicated. You need a lot of data, because what was done originally in the Dan Cooper paper is if the bird had a brood patch, it was considered an adult. If it did not, it was not an adult. And so we know from the data we have already that breeding adults, brood patches come and go across the season. We've been looking at gonad size, but gonad size also upregulates and downregulates depending on the period of time. So to be able to pick up a dead bird under a power line and identify its breeding status is very complicated, and you need a lot of data, I think, to get at that answer. And we don't have that sufficient numbers of birds at this point. We're using wedge tails as well to try and supplement gonad size and gonad fluctuation and brood patch fluctuation across the season. And we're going to continue working towards that. But at present time, there's nothing reliably enough that we would say publish a paper on this topic. And the Dan Cooper, I think, is a major assumption. Andre and I made recommendations away from that. And I think there was counter recommendations back to going with the published paper. And the gonad and brood patch issue is confounded by the fact that, if it's a bird that's found later in the season, outside incubation, then it's not gonna have a brood patch. Its gonad's gonna go back to normal size. And then also on top of that, you've got this for the Newells, the earliest breeder may be starting a month and a half from the oldest breeder. And so you also have this shifting timeline, even within the period when a brood patch could be utilized. where it may have been a breeder, but it just might have been an earlier breeder and be found outside that breed patch or gonad increased size period. So it's very complicated. We're kind of hoping we'd get there much quicker than we did, but when you consider those factors with the number of birds that are available to look at, it's a very tricky situation.
And also gonads are the first thing that a maggot will eat. So on most of the birds that we actually collect, we can't even get gonad data from. So it has to be a very, very fresh bird to get gonad size.
I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. And my understanding is that though this is a published paper, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's not necessarily the best information, and that you folks, given what you're working on, is the best available data, and it's not necessarily published. I know you might not have a ratio, but what I'm hearing is that this 80-20 ratio is not necessarily the right number.
I think our recommendation is that we need to figure this out, and we'll continue to do so. But John did a sensitivity analysis to see how it impacts the outcomes of the model. And I think at this point, that's more important, that the model is not sensitive to this ratio.
Thank you for that.
Just a housekeeping. I think we should take a break shortly, and then we can go. If there's no more, we're still going to have a just time for discussion and recommendations on item 3 once we've finished all 3. Well, 3A, 1, 2, and 3. Do you want to take a break? Oh, sorry, Loyal, go ahead.
I just had a question on the graphs again, showing the declines that we were talking about. So what would, for the newels, what would the purple and the blue line look like if you had used the flat population trend that you saw from 2010 on?
That's an excellent question. I think we have not done those runs, so I can't speak to it in detail. But the net benefit, I think, would happen a lot quicker in the term. Things would look much different. We would have to change some assumptions to even get this model, as conservative as it is, to mimic the stable trend since 2010. In particular, part of what we've done here is something of a model-based estimate for that Honolulu K Kaha area. So this is starting from the number of breeding pairs that would be necessary to sustain a 12% rate of decline given anthropogenic mortality levels. And we assume a maximum rate of increase for the population or the species of about 2%, like I mentioned. We would have to relax some of the conservative assumptions, like modeling a higher maximum rate of increase to get the model to mimic a stable trend. So it would look much different, and that would have implications for the rates of recovery that we're modeling for the conservation sites as well. David, I think, put up the doubling time for the doubling time slide. Maybe we can look at that again, but it'll give you a sense, I think, of right. So at that 1%, the doubling time here, the doubling time is the number of years that it would take abundance to double at an assumed rate of increase in abundance on the x-axis there. So at 1%, it takes about 70 years. At 2%, it takes about 35 years. 2% is about what we assume in the model for, and I say assume, but it's based partly on assumptions from other species like Manx shearwater, where we don't have data, but it's also based on burrow monitoring data as well. So we're using all the data that's available to us. In some places we don't always have estimates, but you know, when you hear 1% and 2%, it doesn't sound like a big difference. But it really, these small percentage differences in annual rates of increase over 30, 50, 100 years in these types of model runs can have really large consequences in inference. So that 1% is we assume that's what we're modeling for the rate of increase at the conservation sites right now, given those rates of increase in the call rate trends that we saw plots of earlier. So that's about a 1% rate of increase at places like Upper Limahuli before social attraction. And then inside the predator exclusion fence sites in the future, we're assuming those will be at a 1.8% rate of increase. That's similar to the optimal rate of increase that I think was modeled by Greisemer and Holmes. And so that's kind of that's a long-winded answer that if to do that, it would look different, I think. It would look much less conservative. I'm much more optimistic.
Thank you.
So Lainey, I know you want to take a break, but I have one more modeling question. I'm happy to do it after the break or do it now.
Go ahead.
Okay, so in the part of the, and this is a question for Melissa too, Melissa here. Yeah, is part of my comments or concerns that I expressed in the last meeting that should have been conveyed to you is, could you go back to the red bars, yellow bar, black bar? So the next slide, I think it was. So anyway, the way, no, sorry, forward one.
The sensitivity analysis one.
The bar graphs.
Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't catch the colors. Yes.
Sorry about that, thank you. Yeah, so
Okay.
The way you're thinking about, this ratio of impacts depending on age is part of the concern I expressed is, from my perspective, there's a ratio of impacts depending on the size of the breeding colony. Whereas if you take out a breeding adult from a small breeding colony, it's going to have a bigger impact than taking one out of a large breeding colony. So, I'm not a wildlife ecologist. I'd love to get Melissa's opinion on this, but I was curious about what the modelers thought about that concern as well.
Well,
Yeah.
just maybe to clarify, I don't, from what you all have said, I don't think that's factored into the model, the size of the breeding colony and the relative impact, right?
It's factored in. Yeah, we're modeling about, I lose count, but 10 subpopulations, and each of them have different. One subpopulation might be made up of multiple breeding colonies, but the size of them are all different. So, for example, we model all of the conservation sites as subpopulations. So Upper Limahuli, I think, has about 500 breeding pairs as of the last estimate, the minimum estimate, which is much different than Pahea, which is set up more for Hawaiian petrel, and there might be 1 or 2 breeding pairs of Newell shearwater there. So all those are taken into account. I think hopefully that helps to address the question. But let me know if I'm missing something.
Yeah, I think Kavika's question is that the relative impact,
right,
of a 2-pair colony versus a 80-pair colony or something, particularly when you think about natural social attraction. There's a reason we use social attraction, right? It's because it works, because there's a natural biological response to number of individuals being in a space. And I think, is that kind of what you're getting at, Kavika? And to my understanding, that part isn't, I don't even know how you would factor that in.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, is the power or the relative impact of losing a breeding adult in a small colony.
Yeah, and this was some of the complications, I think. It's related to some of the complications that we touched on earlier with calculating offset too, right? Not all birds have the same contribution to a metapopulation, where a metapopulation here, I'm thinking in terms of all the different breeding colonies together on the islands. But we don't model at an individual breeding colony level, unless, you know, you think of the conservation sites as an individual breeding colony.
Yeah, I
But we
think
do-
part
yeah.
of my point was, like, you know, Andre rattled off half a dozen or so breeding colonies that weren't depicted on that figure that used the 2019 auditory data. So let's say, you know, on the whole, I had 6 breeding pairs. If we lost that entire colony, to me, that's more impactful than losing 6 breeding pairs in Upper Limahuli. So do you agree with that or not?
Well, I think when you get down to like a colony which only has a couple of pairs, it's pretty much almost functionally extinct by that, or extirpated by that point. So, you know, if you were to lose 2 breeding adults from a population which has only 5 breeding pairs, would that impact that colony more extensively than if you lost 2 breeding pairs in a colony which had 500 breeding pairs? Yeah, for sure. Like, you're driving the smaller colony faster towards extinction. But from a conservation point of view, those 5 breeding pairs are hardly contributing to the metapopulation anyway. So whether or not they're there is not having a large scale impact on the Kauai metapopulation as a whole, I think, right, in the model.
Yeah, I think Andre explained it better than the modeler could. Yeah. So it depends on the scale that you're kind of talking about, I think, too.
I think it also, like that question of why do we care, right? So from a population perspective, yeah, 5 pairs, one place versus another, what does it matter? We care about overall numbers. From a what impact is it having at 5 pairs versus 0? Yeah, there may be very little ecosystem function that it's serving when you're down to 5 pairs. I think there's another angle to think about it from, which is when we're reducing the overall footprint across the island on which those occur, and particularly as they decline and get smaller and smaller and smaller, you reduce the potential for that footprint to be bigger. So once those 5 disappear, you've essentially, now instead of going from 5 to 25, you're going from 0 to, like, how do we get it going again? And so I think from a footprint perspective and thinking about how these would have covered the island before, and it's dramatically declined over the last 30 years. And how do we think about this moving forward? We're trying to just make sure they don't go extinct and that we can get them to stable. But yeah, I think there's that third angle of, like, when those 5 disappear, you've now reduced your overall footprint across the island and the potential to restore that footprint in the future. So yeah, there's lots of ways of thinking about it.
Thank you, Melissa, for articulating that. That's very much how I'm thinking about it. And if you look at 195B, it talks about net environmental, cumulative environmental benefit. And I'm having a hard time understanding how letting the last of these breeding colonies throughout the rest of the island blink out of existence. I can't square that circle and justify that is helping net environmental benefit.
I think I hear both what you, Melissa, and Kavika, you're saying, like, letting a colony disappear is a hard thing to do. And you know, to me, like, the one which really hurts me is the Kalaheo Kahili colony, knowing that colony used to be at the same size as Limahuli in the 90s. It's really hard to reconcile with what it's like now, where when you go up there, you can still find the poles that they used to use to mark the burrows, and they're like tombstones because the birds are long since gone. And so you're left with this sort of tiny population that's spread over quite a very large area, being beset upon on all sides by conservation threats. And at the beginning, I was trying to, you know, you don't want to let any colony go. You know, from a conservation point of view and from your heart's point of view, you don't want to see any of these colonies winking out. But from a realistic point of view, resources are finite, and costs in each area are, you know, like if you were to throw millions of dollars annually at the Kalaheo colony, you know, would you reverse this? Would you be able to reverse what's going on there realistically? And when you start throwing in all these other factors, like the lights of Kalaheo and Poipu and all the places downstream from that colony, to the green energy plant, for example, with its lights, you look at all the different landowners. There's 3 landowners there, so you've got landowner complications. You've got power lines which have been reduced and minimized and lowered and so on and so forth, but you still have power line collision issues. You've got this never-ending array of predators moving up into that colony, which so you'd require a very large predator control project. And then you've got all these other like land users who are not going to take kindly to fences, for example. the reality starts to set in, and you think, okay, well, would it be worth considering the finite resources, throwing millions and millions at this particular colony, which is already massively reduced for all these reasons already, or would it be a better use of conservation funding and HCP funding to concentrate on areas where you have a much higher starting population and a much higher chance of success? And I think that's the realistic side to this process, which is hard as a conservationist who wants to protect everything, to try to reconcile the reality with that. It's very difficult because you don't want to see any of these colonies go.
Yeah, and thank you, Andre. I agree with everything you said. It's just that when I'm thinking about cumulative net benefit, I'm not seeing the loss of these breeding colonies factored in at all, aside from a numbers perspective. And to me, cumulative environmental benefit is more than just numbers of birds. That's just me though. But I think I understand where you folks are coming from. Thank you.
Well, this is, you raised some excellent points, Kavika. I think this is something we've been talking with Fish and Wildlife Service about quite a bit, and that is why we're focused on the metapopulation on Kauai. And it is not just a numbers game for us, which is why we're not showing, or we're not using as any metric that we're tracking how many fledglings we're producing versus how many birds were lost. We know that's not the right metric. It's about stabilizing and reversing the decline in the island-wide metapopulation. Now, granted, we have these constraints that we cannot fix because of predation, and that's why the purple line versus the blue line is so important, because we can't remove feral cats. We can't change the fact that they might be reproducing 3 times in a year. And the amount of resources it would take to control that, and the public opposition that would occur if we tried to control that, is pretty daunting. So I think we understand that there's more to the impact than simply the numbers, and we are trying to account for that. So we appreciate those comments.
Hey everyone, sorry, I've been having a couple of internet issues, so hopefully you can hear me. Is it okay if we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and to Aaron's agenda item, and then we'll go to discussion recommendations for item 3A. Sound good?
Okay, yep.
Okay, so we'll come back at 11:40.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask when the committee members come back, can you just turn on your cameras so I can see if we have quorum?
Lainey, I'm currently driving home, so I'll be on my phone with camera off for a while, but I'm here.
No problem. Thanks.
And sorry, Lainey, I'm in the same boat. I'll be about 10 minutes off
no
camera,
problem.
but listening.
I think so. It's just Loyal, but I think we can go ahead. Oh, Loyal's here. Great. Okay. Aaron, do you want to go ahead with item 3A1? Aaron, you're on mute.
Okay. I don't have a presentation. I wasn't planning on presentation. We put up the 2016 NEST strategy to answer some questions. And if the members reviewed that document have questions, I'm happy to answer. But really the idea behind that was to say why the agencies are focusing conservation for the seabirds in the northwest corner of Hawaii. And that document provides the data and rationale.
Sorry, Aaron, do you mind just providing a quick summary so that we have that on record?
Sure. I mean, we are focusing in the best available habitat where the birds are located, where they're the least amount of threats. That's it in a nutshell.
So Aaron, is the Northwest area also good for other non-listed seabirds like newels?
Yeah, I didn't know if I heard that correctly. Did you just say non-listed newels?
No, sorry, not like I meant to say wedge-tails, sorry. So like, is it good for wedge-tails also?
No, the wedge-tails, as folks may or may not know, are more coastal species. The newels and the Hawaiian petrels are more mountainous nesting species, and so we're seeing them nesting in the mountains. We're seeing wedge-tail shearwaters along our coast and our offshore islets.
Great, thank you very much.
Is there any more questions for Aaron? If not, we're going to go into ESRC discussion and recommendations, and I believe we're going to have a shared screen where we can see the all the recommendations based on those 3 items that we've just heard. So Kate, is that you, Kate, sharing screen?
I'm trying to, I'm not sure.
Oh, you are. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't sure if that was because both you and Mina are showing up as DOFA HCP, so I can't tell who is who.
Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen. So what you're showing now, these are the comments.
These are a few things that I just captured while the committee was discussing things, but
Yep. Great.
if they, I was hoping during the break that people could sort of focus their thoughts and have a list of the key questions, outstanding questions, and certainly any recommendations for modifications to the draft, because what we're trying to accomplish from these meetings is, if you have an issue, how would you want it addressed? Or is there something missing that you want put in there? And those are the things we want to capture in this list.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we'll start with the ones that you've got there. Does anyone have any edits or addition, like anything to say about what Kate has written already? Does this accurately capture the recommendations and questions that you raised?
Sorry, I didn't realize this was going to be taking place right now. So I think both Kavika and I are not in a position to read that document while driving. So yeah. I don't think I can offer edits. And sorry, with such a short break on a 6-hour stretch, I was trying to fit something in the best I could in between, but didn't succeed in hitting the puka right. Sorry.
No problem. I should have explained too that we're planning to have a lunch break at 12:30, which will be a little bit longer, but we do have more. We were hoping to get through a few more agenda items before 2 o'clock today, so we are trying to rush things through. I don't know, Kate, I mean, we could either take a break now, if that would, sorry, we could take a lunch break now and give Kavika and Melissa a bit more time.
I think that would be better because it also will give the committee time while they're getting their food to condense their thoughts a bit. Because what we really are, I mean, we want this to be items that we expect KIC to follow up on. So it needs to be specific questions, comments, or recommendations. And if people want like a little bit more time to think about what they heard this morning before they come up with that list, that would be fine. In the meantime, they can grab their food and people who are driving can finish driving and then we can all be back.
Yeah, and if you...
Okay, so real quick, was these questions on the screen, were they shared with us at some point or were you taking notes today?
I was taking notes today. So what we're trying to do right now is after the presentation that you heard this morning, what is the condensed list of questions, comments, and recommendations that you want us to make sure KIUC follows up on? So that's what we're trying to type up on the screen. This was what we're trying to do for all meetings now. So it's better captured and you guys can see what our outcomes are for each agenda item.
Okay, and then process question, when does the public comment happen?
For the day or for this whole project? We are planning, we had a section at the end of the day at 1:30 for any public testimony that we are expecting. We have one person who's asked to testify on the first day's items, and we have not had anybody asked to testify on day 2.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, so maybe we'll take a lunch break till 12:05, and then come back to this list and
Kate, could you email that to us? Because once we turn off, I'm not gonna be able to see that anymore, right?
You can stay on, like we can keep this on the screen share.
Yeah, we're going to come back to this as soon as the lunch break's over. It'll still be on the screen.
Yeah, we'll just
great.
Just leave it on.
Thanks.
So maybe we can type on this list lunch break till 12:05, but we'll keep this as the screen share option. Okay, I'll see you then.
So we're adjourning at what time? 12:05? Okay.
Okay, see ya. Oh. It's just us. Hi, everyone from the committee. If you're there, can you turn your cameras on? Hey, Lisa, Aaron. Hi, Melissa. I'm not sure if we got Kavika back. He might still be on the road. But we should go ahead and start. Sorry about the short lunch break, and we'll need to go directly into discussion.
Can you zoom the screen a little bit? That'd be good. Thanks.
Now we can't see. Oh, that's better. Yeah, perfect. So I guess we'll just go through these to make sure these capture what was said. And if you have any changes or additions to what's written here, and then after we're going through these and everyone's okay with them, then we'll go to anything else, any other addition. Remember, we're looking for additional questions to KRUC that were not answered, and then recommendations to KRUC. So was there any questions or recommendations from item 3A1, which was Aaron's overview of the Newell Shearwater strategy?
I'll just note there wasn't really an overview given, so that summary didn't provide very much information. So I don't think it provided much fodder for discussion.
Okay. Do you want more information? Do you want more of an overview? Is that a follow-up item?
I don't know. There was one point where the KIUC team referred to the fact that something that Aaron was going to say would have answered one of the questions we gave. And unfortunately, I didn't note which one that was, but I know they had essentially said, oh, that would have been answered in Aaron's presentation. So I assume it will be answered later. Mm-hmm. There was no presentation, so I'm left not knowing whether my question got answered or not. But yeah, I should have made a note of what that was. So I can come back to it, but I'm not sure what that was.
I think that was my comment. My comment was what I think the idea that KIUC is being asked to conduct conservation in the northwest corner of Kauai. That's what I was thinking Aaron would address, or whoever was giving the presentation for U.S. Fish and Wildlife would address. And we just launched into sort of the justifications without stating that up front. So I just wanted to state that. And I think Aaron, I do recall Aaron saying that they're directing all conservation efforts, not just KIUC, but all conservation efforts in that northwest corner. That was my comment.
That's correct. And sorry, I was coordinating with Kate prior to the ESRC. We were hopeful that the ESRC members would actually be able to read and review the materials that were provided. If they had a specific question about that, I could answer it. So I wasn't going to provide an overview. And that I did state that earlier. That is the recovery strategy that we developed in our office in conjunction with the Seabird Hui and DOFA on how we would focus limited conservation resources into the conservation of Newell Shearwater. And so I had said before that all of our Section 7 consultation, a lot of our NIFWIF funding, and our REPI funding that we've received through DoD and the partnership at Hanapu has all been focused at conserving Newell Shearwater in the northwest corner of Kauai, and largely because of the least impacts from power lines and lights. And there's no information to change that strategy. And that's going to continue to be the agency's direction for conservation on Kauai.
So Aaron, is that now replacing the recovery plan?
You can't replace the recovery plan. because we would, that the recovery plan is a process that we would have to formally publish a rule for. But that in the interim, that is the conservation strategy is how I would characterize it.
Does it also include the recovery goals in it?
It does
meet the
not.
recovery
It's not a
goals?
recovery. It's not a recovery plan.
So it is something that we're doing, but all the recovery goals in the recovery plan are still the actual in-play goals.
Until we're able to revise a recovery plan or write a rule to change the status of Newell Shearwater, that is what is publicly available for a recovery strategy.
And
The
that,
goals, sorry.
and in your opinion, that strategy meets the recovery goals.
That strategy requires revision, and as we've said in numerous 5-year reviews that we've published on the species should be reconsidered for a reclassification to a different status.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to go reread all those. Fun times this weekend.
And Kate, can I ask you a favor? I just put this in the chat, but I'm supposed to say things out loud. My apologies. My email about a month ago started, I finally realized it's been sending all government emails to spam. I do not know why, state and federal. And so I finally figured it out a couple of days ago and resurrected all those spammed emails. Can you re-forward the specific document Erin is referring to? Because I'm looking through the things that were sent, and I'm not sure which one is the one that Erin is referring to.
Okay, I'll send them. I also wanted to call people's attention to the ESRC meeting archives website, and we post everything there as well. So when in doubt, I encourage all the members to check that like the day before each meeting, because sometimes we post small submittals within a week of the meeting, and it's helpful to have that. But I will send you the email as well.
And I posted the link in chat.
Loyals, from your line of questioning, it sounds to me like there's maybe misalignment with plans and actions and what Erin just said. I'm trying to follow that dialogue, that back and forth that just happened.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused. So the one that's posted, the link in the chat, is the 2016 strategy, right? Is that what Erin was going to summarize today?
That's correct.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry, it hasn't evolved in the last 7 years, the strategy.
It
As
has
new
not.
information emerged. Okay.
There's no new information that would change that.
Okay. Do we have anything to write down under that agenda item under questions or recommendations?
Not from me.
I have maybe some things just to talk through. I'd love my fellow ESRC members' feedback on.
Okay.
I'm really stuck on this. I understand the logic behind focusing the majority of conservation actions to Northwest Kauai, but I'm not sure that it's been a part of the conversation that means that all other populations of seabirds on Kauai get extirpated. Because that seems like the trajectory that we're heading in, and I haven't really seen much to indicate otherwise. And I'm having a hard time, like I said earlier in my mind, understanding how letting all other breeding colonies outside Northwest Kauai equates to cumulative net benefit. I understand the numbers part, but to me, it's about more than numbers. And I would just love to hear how the rest of you folks are thinking about this. Jim, you've been noticeably silent this whole call. There you are. Thank you.
No, I've got similar concerns, and it's, I mean, I can see the easy choice is to go to the northwest side there and put all your eggs in one basket, because that seems to be the more protected area or less threatened area, I guess, in that sense there. But I do agree that I'm concerned, as you stated very clearly, and I agree with that, is that essentially you're making the assumption that all other populations are going to go extinct. And I'm not sure that's really the best strategy. So I do have concerns about that. Again, it's not just simply a KIUC thing. It really is more of a DOFA fish and wildlife strategy issue in a broader sense.
Jim, I agree, and I appreciate you sharing that. And I think if we're making comments on 3.8.1, that's the comment I would make, is that if the broad stroke conservation strategy from the Fish and Wildlife Service perspective is to eggs in one basket Northwest area and not put any effort into the other areas. Yeah, I don't know. I understand from a limited resource perspective. I get it. You do the most bang for your buck where you can. But the aspiration, I think, should be larger. And I would hope that Fish and Wildlife Service would have the aspiration in mind and the overall strategy, even if what we come down to in the end is, here's our budget, here's what we can do with that budget. Oh, look, that's Northwest Corner, right? But I don't love that the overall strategy is in the area of like, yeah, we're watching 75% of the island populations by area, just we're writing it off.
And we're not doing that. And we're talking about an HCP. I want to be clear. We're talking about HCP and not recovery. Recovery is a different conversation. There are actions that are occurring outside of the HCP that are getting towards recovery. And I would say absolutely 100% eggs in one basket. A recovery strategy would look to resiliency and look to having birds in other places.
And
that's kind of contrary to the strategy that Fish and Wildlife has developed, or at least that 2016 thing, if I'm understanding what you're saying.
That's the strategy for Kauai.
So on Kauai, that's the strategy for Kauai. So on Kauai, it is basically the other populations would not have any emphasis.
Well, as Andre pointed out, the other populations are diminishing at a high rate. Like within my limited time in the Hawaiian Islands, we have seen birds blink out. Between pre-Andre with Nick Holmes, and originally that was the intention of Nihoku on the island of Kauai, was to take those at-risk colonies and get them into a protected site at Nihoku. There were no birds left by the time we got to build the fence and put it there. And so, I mean, there's not much we can do, Jim, to be honest. The rate of impacts from multiple threats, including the predation, those colonies are at risk.
And I think it also, like, you have to know the sites themselves to appreciate what management might look like at those areas. So these colonies, the dying colonies, the ones that are sort of being allowed to sort of slip away over time by necessity, they're not analogous to the sites where we're doing management. They are highly dispersed. They have much more threats. They've got much more land ownership issues. They've got much higher issues with different land users. So it's not just a case of it being easier because there's more birds in one area. So it's easier, more bang for your buck. It's like, how on earth would you actually stop the colony at Kalaheo from going extinct? Or, how would you increase the population size of the few pairs that are left at Sleeping Giant realistically? Like, what would that even look like? And I'm not even sure what those kind of management actions would look like, because there's such large scale things that would need to happen, particularly related to light attraction issues around them, with all the places like in Sleeping Giant, you've got Papa'a and all the lights there. You've got many more predators. So it's realistic. It's a realistic outlook on what's going to happen in the future. And if you want to reverse that in those sites, what on earth does that look like? How are you going to actually, even if you throw millions of dollars at some of these sites, are you going to be able to stop them from just disappearing over time? They're certainly not going to increase to hundreds and hundreds of pairs like we can, actually are having the effect that we're having in the management sites. You're just going to still end up with these sort of small, tenuous populations clinging on to these areas.
But you're still getting fallout in those areas downslope from those populations to some degree. And I mean, if you're not doing any management there, I mean, if those populations disappear, does that mean that there be less emphasis on minimizing a collision threat with future lines and things like that?
Well, actually, I think that's a good point, Jim, is that, you know, so these colonies are not, some of these colonies, in fact, many of these colonies are not just being allowed to slip away and nothing's happening. In that KUC is minimizing several of the threats that are around those colonies. So if you look at Kalaheo, for example, you know, the threats that were able to be minimized quickly were things like removing the line that went, most of the line that went through the colony, and then downslope, lowering the lines on Lawai, which are having a major impact on those birds as well. There were always birds being grounded underneath those lines. So there are steps that are being taken in this HCP to help those colonies on the south and east through minimization actions, but not steps that are occurring inside the colonies themselves, which are more related to predator control, or trying to, I guess, outside the colonies, dealing with light attraction issues from businesses and so on, which are, again, outside of KUC's control. So I guess we're not, those sites aren't being abandoned totally, and that minimization actions are certainly helping them. But,
yeah, but they definitely are sinking from you know, your model projections and so forth, that the predation is one of the key factors in terms of keeping things going down, and eventually they will blink out no matter what.
yeah, I mean, I think something like the Kalaheo Kahili colony is, I haven't been up there for a while now because the landowners said we couldn't go there anymore. So it's been a while since, you know, it was Knudsen Trust property where most of the mules were left. But it'd be interesting to see what's happening up there now. I'd imagine there's even fewer birds than when they were there like 5 years ago. And fallout is still happening, so there's certainly birds up there, but it's orders of magnitude lower than what it was, say, 20 years ago.
I appreciate the point that mitigation efforts are taking place on the South Coast, even if direct actions to maintain the South Coast populations, for lack of a better term, I realize they're not South Coast, but the southern region populations, such as predator control, aren't taking place. I don't want to derail the conversation, but just want to ask if it's a quick answer, Aaron, Jim, maybe loyal folks who have thought about these things for a while. Just curious whether it's ever been a conversation about putting some of these on another island that might have more light-free areas or something like that, power line-free areas or something like that. Was that considered as a way of avoiding the eggs all in one basket thing? Because historically they occurred across multiple islands.
Yeah, that's been discussed many times in the past, and you know, generally the strategy or the approach has been to try and do the mitigation on the island where the take is happening. I mean, that's it's sort of it's not a firm thing, but that's how it's been done. And there have been some changes. You know, for example, the conservation on Lanai of Oahu is off of Maui, but that's one aspect of trying to do that. But it's certainly something to be considered. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is being considered from the concept of recovery. It's not, like Jim had said, primarily for HCPs, we focused on mitigation on the island in which the impacts are occurring. But from a recovery perspective, it's very much in the works as far as looking at it, planning for it, and seeing feasibility.
Yeah, or if the predicted populations aren't, I mean, particularly when we think about adaptive management, and the fact that if we're really not seeing trends halfway through this HCP that are getting us toward an upward going trend in the population, being able to consider some options on other islands, having those conversations soon enough that would be realistic to have something like that, if they offer a better opportunity than the southern region. If we essentially have to write off the southern region of Kauai, but there's other places on other islands we could consider. I realize that the best practice is to keep the HCP action on the same island where it occurred. However, if you're telling us that there's very few places you can do good conservation on Kauai, then it maybe makes sense, to do the actions on a different island. It seems like a very good reason to do so.
Well, most of the other islands would rather do their conservation on Kauai because it's, I think, got bigger populations and easier. So I wouldn't see it going the other way personally. I'm okay in some respects with the emphasis on the northwestern port of Kauai, if it's a kind of more of an interim strategy, and you're looking at still having the door open to being able to go and restore the other areas on Kauai when you can do that as feasible, realizing that, as Andre and others have said, that may be very difficult to do. But I think it's unwise to just write all of those areas off definitively. And it doesn't sound like Aaron really wanted to do that, but focusing conservation areas in the northwest part of the island for the HCP is okay, as long as it looks like you're still going to get to recovery and you still have the ability to go back into the other areas. I don't like writing those areas off, but in the short term, that may be what needs to be done given the magnitude of the problem. I'm concerned that this isn't as expansive a program as I think it should be. In other words, there are 10 areas, but I don't see those 10 areas as being really, it's not as a large an effort that needs to happen. It's too little, way too late in many ways for this particular project and these power lines that we're talking about. But given that, I would just expect a more aggressive effort to really be working in the existing colonies on that northwestern part. And I don't see that in here. I keep being told that it's aggressive, but it doesn't seem aggressive to me. It does not at all seem aggressive. It seems very weak. So I'd like to see more explanations as to why more can't be done, particularly after 10 years of knowing that, we have this big problem with the power lines. So I can live with the Northwest, but I would like to see a much more aggressive and not definitive writing off the rest of the island. My take on it.
Maybe specify not just other islands, but not just other locations, but other islands, right?
I think, well, everybody is going to try to do stuff, I think, on most of the other islands. I mean, maybe not Oahu as much, but Maui has got an effort at social attraction, right, associated with the windmills. So it's not like, other folks aren't doing stuff on the other islands. But if you think it's hard on Kauai, it's really hard on Oahu if you want to do that, right? So I think that, it's right to put a lot of the effort into Kauai. I mean, that's where the population is, makes conservation sense, and protecting that and getting that up and stabilized is the number one thing we could probably do for the species in my mind. So I'm fully behind that. I just think that it should be a bigger effort as part of this HCP, given the magnitude of the take that the HCP does.
And Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but the NESH strategy kind of highlights about 5,600 hectares of area that could be suitable for fencing. Now, some of that is on the private lands, correct?
Yeah.
When I look at the map.
Yeah, and I've been listening to the conversation around fencing, and it's kind of driving me a little bit crazy. Fencing in itself is not the solution. The size of the fence doesn't matter. And if you track what's happening in New Zealand, I was going to try and get Darren Peters from New Zealand Conservation to come to the meeting, but I just couldn't get the turnaround. But it really is effective predator control, and it really is monitoring the biology of what's going on. The size of the fence, and the reality is, I think KUC did a good job doing an assessment on where they can place fences. You're not going to put a fence that's going to fail. That's just wasted resources. And you can get to an effective level of predator control for these birds in a larger area. So I think the focus on the size of the fence is probably not the best thing. We need to focus on the biology of the birds, what's happening with the biology and the reproductive success and growing these protected areas. If it's with the fence and we can do it, great. But if it can't be a fence, that doesn't mean we can't do it. It just means that we have to have better predator control.
Yeah, I think we're going to be addressing some of those issues too when we talk about the monitoring, because I mean, models are one thing, but in terms of what really happens is the other issue, and whether we can track what's happening, I think is going to be really key. So, you know, some of this will spill over to that discussion when we talk about monitoring and adaptive management.
And Andre, I see a hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on in terms of you know, the scale of effort for this side of the island that is being left to its own devices. KAC's the level of minimization that's happened so far, and there's more happening, is larger than any other power company has reported previously. And then the reduction in collisions is also larger than any other power company has ever produced. So there is a massive effort to reduce impact on those colonies that are on that side of the island. And for example, say take the LED diverters on Powerline Trail. If we got LEDs on every wire and we reduce that collision risk by more than 90%, those colonies have the opportunity to recover, especially the colonies that are going to steep predator-free or at least reduce predator refugia. So I just wanted to add that.
Is that the goal, 90% LEDs on that line?
Sorry?
You said 90%. Is that what the goal is for that stretch?
Well, we believe that if you have LEDs on every layer, that you can achieve that. We are waiting for the experiment to happen, but yeah, that's our goal.
Okay.
And I would agree that that's a great effort to do that. But I also think that these lines have killed more threatened and endangered birds than any other project I personally know of anywhere.
Just add that it's also the only project that, or not the only, but it's the project that's looked the hardest at how many birds are being killed. So I think there are birds being killed at high rates elsewhere as well. They just are not putting in equivalent effort.
Yeah, I don't know of any T&E species that has this level of take, but could be wrong.
Yeah, I have a question. So one of the things I asked for was a clear and concise statement from KUC about how they're theoretically thinking about cumulative net benefit. I still didn't get that. I think we got a statement about it's complicated. But boiling it down to its most core elements, what I'm seeing is that KUC is looking at cumulative net benefits as purely a numbers game. Is that, am I incorrect in understanding that?
No, that's not how we look at it. And to clarify, I'm not really sure what cumulative net benefit is. I believe the standard in the Hawaii Endangered Species Act is net benefit, and that we're looking at the cumulative impacts of the take, which we are doing. So you may want some clarification from Linda, perhaps, if she's still on the standard. But we are looking at not simply a numbers game. I think the fact that there are 10 separate sites, granted they're in the same part of the island, but they are 10 separate sites managed separately. And we're modeling each of them as a distinct subpopulation with their own growth rates and somewhat different management because of the characteristics of each site. So that is part of the strategy, is to produce the benefits across as many sites as possible for that area.
And what are your metrics for benefits, I guess? So bird numbers is one metrics, but what are your other metrics that you're tracking to as you think about cumulative benefit?
Yeah, as we think about net benefit, again, I don't know what cumulative benefit means, but net benefit for the cumulative impacts of the covered activities, those are described in Chapter 5. We have biological objectives established for each of the covered species, with very specific metrics that we're working with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA to define and clarify. And some of those are metrics we have to meet by the end of the permit term. Some are metrics we have to meet every year. And that is what we're tracking, with the overall goal of contributing to a viable metapopulation on the island. So that is the overarching biological goal for both Newell shearwater and Hawaiian petrel.
Okay, that's a little bit helpful, but I'm not hearing any other metrics besides bird numbers.
Okay, well, I mean, we can go into that. I have to pull up different slides for that discussion. And I thought this was a discussion amongst the ESRC members. So just want to check in on the format.
Kavika, I think I hear you asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, I hear you asking a broader, I don't want to say philosophical question because we're in a very specific setting with a specific HCP in front of us. But I think it's a question that ESRC maybe hasn't spent a whole lot of time ruminating on, which is, what does cumulative net benefit mean, and the wording of 195D. And if we don't ruminate on it, who's going to? So maybe it's something that we should consider as a committee, putting on a future agenda and having a clear idea in our own minds of what we want to see and what we want to look for and what that means for us, to help hold a standard as we move through evaluating these different HCPs. But maybe more broadly, are you just trying to ask David more broadly about not just species numbers, but like net environmental benefit? Like, these species play a really important ecological role, both in marine systems and terrestrial. Are you getting at that, which I don't think is going to be answered with David's slides, or kind of where were you headed with this?
Yeah, I'm like going back to my question that I asked last time and made sure it was an agenda item in here, is how are they thinking of, how's the applicant thinking of net benefit? What are the metrics they're tracking? Is it only bird numbers? I heard the response was no, there's other metrics, but then the metrics listed were only bird numbers. So I'm a little bit confused, but I still don't see how we're getting to cumulative benefit if we're only thinking numbers and nothing else.
Are you thinking about like, when you say bird numbers, mortality, eggs hatched, chicks fledged, those are all bird numbers. You're asking for beyond that.
Yeah, increasing population. Is an increasing population the only thing that KUC is thinking about? That's my question. And that's what I was hoping to get a clear, concise statement about how they're thinking about this, and I have yet to hear that from them.
I think David was just confused about whether we should try to pull up the slides. We created slides about metrics. Kavika, I'm just going off the top of my head really quickly here to try to be more direct in responding. We do have very specific metrics that I'm not thinking of as bird numbers. Things. One example of that at the conservation sites is reproductive success rates, tracking how just those reproductive success rates, and we have targets for those at each individual site, as well as cumulatively for all the sites combined. We track the effectiveness of predator control, both from a colony population perspective, is the colony population increasing or decreasing, and also from a management perspective, are we seeing a reduction of those predators at the site? What's the rate of kill compared to what the rate of detection is? Those types of things, we're tracking those. I'm sorry, I'm trying to go off the top of my head, but Lainey, we could, if it's appropriate, we could jump to, we did create a bunch of slides specific to the questions on adaptive management and metrics. I don't know if we want to do that now, but
for today and tomorrow, or you mean that from previous? Are you presenting?
We have them prepared. We could go there now because Kavika's raised this specific question, or we could.
I think maybe I could restate my question a different way. I think it's interesting that the applicant's using the term meta population as their focus, because when you're focusing at the population level in that framework, it's okay to lose a whole bunch of colonies as long as you end up with one big one in one corner of the island. And I'm just not convinced that that is the intention of 195D. I don't know if Linda's here if she wants to weigh in on that, but
They're pointing out number of colonies as an additional metric is what I'm hearing.
yeah, I mean, that would be one way to think about it. I'm not recommending that per se, but I'm just open discussion. What are other ways that this can be thought of? But it seems like focusing on the overall number on the meta population level has been what this has been all about. And I don't see how that results in net benefit to the species overall.
Yeah, if I can jump in. I mean, I think we're looking at this at two different levels. One is at the real high level in terms of net benefit, and I'll say honestly, is ESRC has never had a very clear definition of what net benefit is. And I think it's something that we should really spend a bit of time talking about in a different context, outside of a specific project, because I think that's a really important thing. And in many cases, it's been interpreted. In most cases, it's been interpreted as meet the number of offset individuals that you need to have to match your take. And then above that, some amount above that is a net benefit. It's also been interpreted in some ways in terms of, with like bats, if we really don't know, we don't have anything that's really measurable in a really concrete sense. It's other values that are coming up with in terms of protecting more habitat that has other benefit for other species. But that's sort of a loosey-goosey kind of thing that's really not measurable in many ways too. So I think at that level, I think it needs to be done. I think there are other ways that it could be looked at on a project by project basis. For example, in terms of management that results in additional results in reducing downslope erosion or something like that, depending on what the project is. So I think there are other ways to look at it above and beyond just simply numbers above what is needed to offset the take. So, but I think it's something we need to come back to as a committee as a whole.
So this is a recommendation for a more broad agenda item regarding the definition of cumulative net benefit, not just specific to this HCP.
No, exactly, but it has applications to this HCP too, obviously, in terms of trying to be a little bit more clear in terms of what net benefit really means in this case.
Yeah, well, my recommendation is still to have a clear and concise statement. If meta population is indeed what they're thinking and all it is a numbers game, then say that so it's clear, and then we can frame all of our thinking around that.
Okay, Kate, you're able to capture that? Because I know you were just typing the other one.
I don't think I did. So if you could state it again, that'd be great.
Just my recommendation is to make a clear and concise statement about how this applicant is thinking of net benefit. And for example, if it is indeed, if the scale they're thinking at is the meta population, and it is a numbers game for them of all they're trying to do is make sure that the meta population is bigger in 30 years than it is whenever, then just say that so we can all frame our thinking around it. But when I'm looking at this HCP, I am currently thinking that I don't see how a loss of half a dozen breeding colonies on the south and east sides of the island is achieving net benefit. But I mean, that's a disconnect between how I'm thinking about this and how the applicant is thinking about this. So that's all I'm asking for, is this nice, concise statement so I can align my thinking with theirs.
Well, and Kavika, I think it's important to point out too that actually, I don't think it's even fair to call it a numbers game, because the overall numbers of the meta population plummet from 13,000 to 6,000 or whatever those graphs showed, and that's over the course of the HCP. So there's a huge loss in overall numbers of the meta population. We're just trying to not let that number hit zero and have that number go up before the end of the HCP. And I think that's what people have been fighting really hard to get to, is what does it take to actually, you know, these are species that take what, 7 years to reach maturity or something. Like this takes forever to get to turn a population around that's been plummeting for 30 years. And so I do agree. I understand the predicament that the applicant is in with having an uphill battle and huge threats being faced throughout most of the species range due to the power line. I understand that. And I understand that, you know, people need power. And when we're thinking about the amount that they can put into this while still providing a viable business, I understand everyone's in a pickle over that too. Broadly, especially based on the 2016 plan, I feel like your point is really important of not forgetting about area of coverage and number of colonies and other kinds of metrics. But I don't think at the end of this HCP, we have less than half the number of the birds that are currently on the landscape. So I just want to make sure that, yeah, I don't know.
And so how is that net benefit? I also don't see that.
So, and I'm not going to argue with you over that. I think what we're fighting for here is, like, at the current rate without an HCP in place, they go extinct. They would go extinct. And so with mitigation efforts that provide a really good stronghold, a really decent stronghold, and we can talk about predators in a bit, looking forward to getting into that conversation. You know, you do have birds into the future while still allowing people and nature to theoretically coexist on the same island. I realize it's a tough predicament when we're not talking about doing away with lights. We're not talking about doing away with power lines. All those threats are still going to exist. We're not talking about eradication of cats and eradication of rodents. All those threats are still going to be there, right? So I get that. I think what we're encouraging is that we don't do the absolute minimum, because whenever you think of minimum viable population, you have an extinction, right? Like MVP is a bad idea, always. Yeah, I don't know. This is all under, are we under 3A2 or are we under 3A1 now, Lainey?
It sounds like 3A2.
Okay. I don't have anything to add to 3A2. Kavika, do you have any, this statement here, do you agree with it? And does it capture what you're hoping for here?
Which one?
The last statement there where the blinking cursor is toward the bottom.
Last statement.
Does that capture your concern?
Yes, but I will also say that I don't see how ending up with a smaller population is cumulative net benefit, and that's what we as ESRC are supposed to assess. So if somebody can convince me that somehow that is net benefit, I'm open to hearing it, but I don't logically see how that is net benefit.
I think that's the wider discussion that Jim added, the future agenda item, because that doesn't just apply to this HCP. So we can.
Yeah, but even this applicant convincing us why a smaller population is net benefit would be helpful.
Yeah, which I think is what you've in that last bullet point is.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I do want to. I'm hoping that we can start the next agenda item at 1 o'clock. So hoping that we can finish this discussion by 1. And then we can hopefully finish the day by 2. So I just wanted to point that out. Is there, looking at these other items, I know that the 80-20 sub-adult assumption, I think that was from Lisa, but it's not quite the sentence isn't quite finished. I don't know if Lisa, if you have thoughts on how to finish that statement.
It was just more if there's other available data out there that, you know, as I understand it, there's been several birds collected. I recognize it's difficult to assess their state, but if there are other data available, we as should potentially take that into account. I appreciate the fact that there was a sensitivity analysis done with a different ratio.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Lisa. The one, analyze impact using flat trend from 2010 on. I'm not sure who.
That was me.
Okay.
Loyal. So it's part of actually a bigger question I've got on this HCP, and that is multiple times we've referred to the analyses and the modeling as being very conservative. But then we say, oh, wow, this is really bad potentially. Then some of the feedback we get back is, yes, but that's the worst case scenario, and it may not be that bad. So that's really not helpful to me. The HCP should, in my mind, lay out what is the most likely impact. It can give me also the worst case and the best case, but it needs to tell me what the most likely is so that I can kind of assess it. It really is not helpful to say, oh yeah, it's going to be better than this. But what this is unacceptable, but it's going to be better than that. And it's just not a good presentation of impacts from my perspective. I really want to know what is the most likely impact going to be, what are the most likely benefits. And there's going to be error bars around that, and we can talk about those. But I am concerned about the emphasis on being very conservative, because then I end up with something that I think is unacceptable, and I don't know how to deal with that. So that's one thing I would like to see addressed. And part of that was, okay, so if everything's flat around and it's not getting much worse, how does that change things? That may not be the best case or the most likely case, but I want to know what the most likely case is and why that's the most likely case.
So you want error of uncertainty?
Well, I want the best science available to say this is what's most likely to happen in the applicant's opinion, and say this is what the bounds may be, but this is what we think it most likely is. Not this is overly conservative, and then use the excuse at the end, well, it's going to be better than that.
Yeah,
it's something that's not appropriate.
Okay.
So that's tied into the question on the 2010 one. If it's flat since 2010, that's important, right? So we probably need to talk more about that aspect of it. It's trying to think the next, I'm trying to differentiate between A3 and A2. Okay, so this is going to be an A2 one. So as I said earlier, I am concerned about when I look at the slide that you showed that was a close-up of where the conservation areas are, with the exception of one or two, most of them didn't seem to be centered on colonies or have the colonies inside their boundaries. And I don't know whether that was a mapping issue or what, but I was very concerned about that. So I don't understand.
They all have existing colonies. Andre, maybe you could speak more specifically to sizes and site colonies.
Yeah, they have large. They were selected because they have large populations of either one or both the species, and those population estimates are in the annual reports, so you can see the numbers that exist within each. And on top of that, they, as well as having large populations within them, they're also on the edge of other large populations. So those are sort of source populations that can be drawn from as the colonies increase in size.
Yeah, so it does not look like that in the graphics. So if you go back to that graphics and you look at that and you look closely at the blow up one, it does not look like you got the major populations in those. So that was concerning to me.
Loyal, one thing I would also suggest is that there's two figures in the annual reports which show the distribution of both species within each management site. And if you look at those, that'll also help you visualize, how those species are distributed around each of those colonies and which species are more prevalent within each site.
And so when you say annual reports, this doesn't have an HCP annual report yet.
These annual reports, we've been sharing these annual reports. They're from the short-term HCP that KIUC has continued and actually increased. We're almost fully implementing what we're proposing to do for the longer term, not quite, but close. So we continued with short-term, added additional sites, increased minimization, basically. So these annual reports are for the proposed sites in the longer term HCP. Those are shared with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife every year.
But they're not part of the appendices on this HCP, are they?
They are not. That would be a very large HCP or a very large.
So you should extract those for us to look at in the documents that we have before us for the HCP. If it's just one thing you want to talk about, that's fine. But so I understand, Andre, you've done this stuff, but that's not something that is part of our literature reading list, if you will, for this particular HCP. One of the things I'd asked about before last time, which we didn't get, is an explanation of how the short-term HCP was successful, what it did, how much it offset it take, how much benefits it had to use in interpretation of this particular HCP. Didn't get that either. So, there's probably a huge wealth of stuff. I mean, Andre's been working for over a decade on this stuff, and we know way more about these birds and their habitat than we ever did before. But I would like to see, in addition to what we've just been talking about, what did the short-term HCP get us? And what's
Sorry, Lon.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just frustrated on that because, that's been around forever, and it was supposed to be a springboard for this larger HCP. What did we learn about it? What did we learn specifically from that HCP? How does it carry over to give us assurances that we're going to be successful? And I haven't seen that when I read through this HCP of all of those sets of analyses. Other than the fact that we did this stuff, we've been doing this, we've gotten some things out on some increases to reproductive output, but we have an opportunity to learn a lot more than what we have gotten out of it. So I'm very frustrated on that, but I'm trying to restrict my stuff to individual things in addition to that.
Yeah, I think if the ESRC has not had access to the 2022, for example, or any of the previous annual reports for seabird monitoring and predator control, they really should, because a lot of the things that we're talking about have been laid out in those reports. And if you're not having access to them, I mean, they are the knowledge that has been accumulated through the short-term HCP process.
So what was the last year we had the KIUC short-term HCP provide a presentation on an annual summary? When was the last year we had
that? Just to remind you, that was not that was a Fish and Wildlife Service HCP. It was not a DLNR HCP.
Exactly. So it's not in any of our ESRC literature files.
So I think what Kate's written there is that, and maybe that's been overlooked, but if there's relevant information from those reports, that needs to be included in this HCP, because
No, I don't want to say that DOFA screwed up on that, because they didn't. That was not one of their things. But this application coming in for this long-term HCP for KIUC should bring that information in if it's pertinent. If it's not pertinent, we didn't learn anything.
Yeah.
We didn't learn anything. But we need that information.
The HCP does incorporate information from all of those annual reports and actually provide citations. But Kate, it sounds like Kate and Lainey, I think what I'm hearing is it would be best if we just provided ESRC copies of those annual reports. I mean, it's a lot of information, but we can do that if there's a if there's a way, I did not know that those weren't being shared. And we certainly can do that. We don't have a problem with that.
That's what I would like to see, and maybe it's asking too much of the applicants, but it was your HCP that was set up as a short-term effort to provide protection, as well as to do appropriate research on what the situation was on Kauai. So I think I would still be asking you, and maybe Fish and Wildlife Service, how well did that work? What were the takeaway messages from that HCP? What did we do right? What did we do wrong? And how did the birds benefit from it? And I don't want to, I mean, I'll go through all of those annual reports if need be, but you know, I guarantee I will not be in a good mood for doing that, because I think somebody who knows what it is should have been able to do that and summarize that for us.
Yeah, so we can do that. Or Kate said, provide a presentation on the outcomes of the efforts under the short-term HCP. We can also provide the reports themselves. And then, as Dawn said, you know, and wherever relevant, that information can and will be included in the new HCP. Does that?
Yeah, in the HCP, I just think it would be really important to have a section saying, what did we learn from the short-term HCP? And how does that benefit us in the long-term HCP?
Okay, so do you want an actual presentation to the ESRC on the short-term HCP outcomes, or do you want what you just
be a write-up? It can be a write-up.
A write-up, okay, and included in. So, okay, I think he's asking for not a presentation, but a report out, I guess.
Well, what I'm hearing is that it should be added to this HCP, is that analysis of the short term should be in addition to the existing draft.
Yeah, that would be, I think that's what I would prefer,
okay,
because then the public gets to see that as part of their review process. We just do it to the ESRC, then, I mean, there could be some really important things there that, you know, let people fall in love with it, for all I know. But I think it is something that should be in there, since it was such a big effort.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And I think additionally adding the reports, those annual reports, to part of the ESRC archive, so that we can click through that as needed.
Okay.
So we're at 1 o'clock, and I know we have another big agenda item. I know there's other comments to go through here. Is it safe to say that we should, if ESRC members have additional things on these topics we've covered, that they get those comments or questions to Kate, and then let's move on to the predator, right? Is that where we're headed next?
Yeah. Do you want to, Kate, can you scroll down to the next one? See what, there's just one. Yeah, I would say if that one.
You can delete that one. That was one of mine. You showed me where the numbers were, just they weren't on the graph that I was talking about.
So I guess
it's just a presentation thing.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
And if anybody thinks of anything after the meeting, because I know that happens, and wants to send me a note, we can add it to the minutes and the summary of the meeting. But I do want to just remind everyone, the predator control portion is important to hear, but
sorry, but in a meeting.
we have to stop at
No,
1:45
it's
to
okay.
allow for
Your
public
mom said something?
testimony.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure everybody realizes that we need to stop the ESRC discussions at 1:45 to allow the member of the public who's asked to provide testimony to do that before we adjourn at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. So does anyone need a short break, or can we go straight to, and so, yeah, please send any additional recommendations directly to Kate. Does anyone need a 5-minute break?
I'm good.
Everyone's good? Okay. So we'll go next to item 3B, which is the review of predator control methods and effectiveness. Thank you, Kyle.
Great, yeah, and this is David again. I'll just introduce the item and then turn it over to Kyle.
Yep.
And then Kyle, you can just tell me when to advance the slides. So these are the 3 questions that we have heard from you previously that we're trying to address in this section. Number 1, how does the performance of predator control outside predator-proof fences compare with the effectiveness or performance of predator control inside those fences? Secondly, the HCP previously proposed larger fences, larger predator-proof fences. Why was the fence size substantially reduced? And will the conservation site still produce the same benefit with that reduction? And then there was a comment earlier as well about pig eradication without ungulate fencing. So Kyle, why don't you go ahead?
All right, thanks everybody. Everybody can hear me? All right. So first, before we get into the predator control methodology and strategies that we use, and I'm going to speak broadly about the Hononapali sites, just going to do a quick rundown on fencing, just so we're on the same page and have all the information about the various fences, types of fences and strategies of fencing and monitoring and management of fences after they are built that will be necessary. And to be clear, Hallex is not specialized in fence construction, but we do a majority of the management both around and inside the fences that are going to be discussed. So just to run through fencing types real quick, just again, so we're all on the same page. The most basic type of fencing that we have out on the landscape are pig fences, and I'm going to call them specifically pig fences because without some additional add-ons to these fences, they are not ungulate fences, they are pig fences. And these are generally 4-foot tall galvanized panels. They are supported by T-posts, which can be pounded by hand into the ground. A skirt may be needed depending on the area and the substrate to exclude digging pigs. It can either be buried or anchored to the ground with ground anchors. Vegetation needs to be kept off the fence to prevent trees growing through the fence and damaging the panels or lifting up the skirt. And it also needs to be kept off the fence to ensure that fence inspection can be completed properly. However, this fence can be built underneath a closed canopy without clearing that canopy. And this type of fence will exclude pigs, but deer, rats, cats can move freely through and over this fence. Next. And so this is generally what we call deer fence, although it will exclude goats as well, but goats aren't really kind of a major focus of this HCP. So this is the pig fence in question that we just talked about, but it has an addition of 4 to 6 feet of plastic mesh on the top. So you need extended T-posts to support that. And it does have to be quite tall because deer can jump quite high. Again, this will exclude pigs and deer, goats as well, but rats and cats can move freely through this fence type. Next slide. Now, this has been a point of discussion as a potential tool within the HCP. There are no current cat fences on island, but cat fence is kind of a modified small mesh fence. It has 1-inch diameter mesh, usually coated with some sort of rubberized or plasticized material. It needs to be 8 feet tall. A skirt is needed, and it will have to either be buried or poured over with concrete. This fence can also be supported by T-posts like the ungulate fences that we have previously discussed. This one in question up in Volcanoes does have kind of more traditional chain link corners, but those are not necessary for this type of fence. It can be done just with T-posts. This type of fence does require vegetation clearing of 15 feet or more from the fence and cannot have canopy connecting over the fence. It does have a floppy mesh hood. It's not rigid, it is mobile, but that is enough to keep cats from climbing over it. This will exclude cats and deer. However, you may need additional enforcement along the bottom panel to exclude pigs in areas of high pig pressure. Next. And the last type of fence, and there are currently two of these. Well, one is within the current scope of the HCP. The other is at the Upper Honapu site. This fence that we're looking at now in this image is at the Upper Honapu site, which KIC will be taking over in September this year. The other is at Pohakea. And this has to be 6 to 8 feet tall. It is a woven stainless steel mesh with 1/8 of an inch diameter openings. It is supported by 5 to 6 inch creosote posts. So the size of this fence, the weight of the fence, and how much wind it catches means it cannot be done with T-posts. It has to be done with some really hefty wooden posts. And those wooden posts, because of their size and the size and weight of the fence, have to be augured into the substrate at least 2 feet to provide a stable base for the fence. So this does need heavy machinery to dig those holes to the proper depth. And it does need a fairly large surface area for those holes to be augured into, because if you're augering 6-inch holes 2 feet deep into some of the ridge lines that we work on, you have a good chance of causing that ridge line to slide off and destabilizing it. The vegetation does need to be cleared 15 feet from the fence line, same as the cat fence. And again, canopy needs to be removed from over the fence. This type of fence has a riveted aluminum or steel hood, and it will exclude all terrestrial mammals. If you go from the next slide, it's just another picture of the same fence from another angle. That's for the person to give you kind of the size, how tall it has to be. And again, you can see that cleared line heading down. All right, next slide. All of these fences can be completed in 2 manners. You can have a complete fence in which the fence is a continuous loop with the ends joined. You don't have a picture of that because I think that's kind of self-explanatory. Or you can have wing fences, and wing fences are fences that run between natural barriers. This is an extreme example of the end of a wing fence. This is in New Zealand. This is one of the peninsulas that they have made predator proof. And so you can make wing fences with all fence types, including predator proof fences. And this is obviously just off a very steep edge. Another option for these type of fences is to actually bring them into water as a natural barrier as well. Generally, for most wing fences, there will be additional trapping effort at the ends of the wing. And this is from ungulate fences to predator-proof fences to add additional reassurance that any animal that does happen to navigate the end of the wing fence has the potential to be trapped. Next slide. Okay, breaches of fences. All fences can be breached in a variety of ways. You can have damage to the fence itself, and these just some examples. You can have a tree falling on the fence, crushing the material. You can have vandalism. You can have high winds or weather events cause damage to the fence, or you can have deterioration of materials over time. You can also have shifts in surrounding environment, and these are more subtle ways that a fence could be breached. And if you look at the picture here, you actually have 2 koas that have grown together over the Upper Honapu fence, and those limbs needed to be cleared because you now essentially have a route for any animal that's capable of climbing. In this case, it would be most likely black rats would be able to navigate those limbs. And then you can have bridges, and although the way that I've described could be considered a bridge, when I refer to bridges, I'm referring to a limb falling down across the fence and providing a ramp up and over the fence. And this is something that can happen with limbs from the outside, but it can also happen with limbs on the inside. And so any way that a branch can fall can create a bridge over the fence. One thing to note about this type of bridges, and I'll discuss this in the next couple of slides in a little bit more detail, is they can be temporary, where this might be a branch falls against the fence, provides a bridge for a night or two, and then further breaks or slides off in a weather event, and a bridge was present for a couple of days, but isn't there by the time a fence check occurs. And lastly, we have human error. You could have a door left open. You could have things like people drying rain gear on the hood of a predator-proof fence, which then provides kind of little rope ladders, if you will, that a rat or something could jump and climb up. Or if we think about that large buffer around the fence, if a large object such as a lockbox or something, or a tent platform is built in that buffer, that could provide a jumping off point, because you no longer have a 6 to 8 foot fence that an animal has to clear. If you have a 3 foot lockbox sitting in that buffer, you have a 5 foot jump, which cats are capable of doing. And something to note, and this is something that Aaron touched on earlier, the longer the fence perimeter and the more complex habitat that is in, such as dense or tall forest canopy, the higher possibility you have of these breaches occurring. Next slide. So to deal with all those ways of breach, you have a bunch of different monitoring and management that needs to be done. You have to monitor the fence itself for damage. And this is what most people think of when they think of a fence check. You walk the edge of the fence and you make sure that there are no physical holes in the fence. While you're doing these fence checks, you also have to monitor the surrounding environment. You have to make sure there is not erosion against your skirt or the base that could allow an animal avenue under the fence. You have to make sure that trees have not overgrown the fence and are providing potential. In this case, in this image, I'm removing a potential bridge. This branch had fallen from the inside. It had not yet touched the ground, but it was a foot or two above the ground. So we have to clear those. You have to monitor animal presence outside the fence to assess pressure on the fence and respond accordingly to make sure that you're minimizing animal pressure on these fences. Finally, you have to monitor inside the fence to make sure that animals did not take advantage of an undetected breach, such as those temporary bridges that I just discussed, and have ended up inside the fence, even though your fence check, your most recent fence check, might have revealed an intact fence. So you cannot assume the fence was entirely intact in between your fence checks, which is why you need to monitor inside the fence coincidentally with all the outside management that is happening. Next slide. And just to give you an example of some of the monitoring that we do, this is at the Pohakea predator-proof fence. It is the most exciting type of monitoring. We have transmitting cellular cameras within the Pohakea predator-proof fence that we review on a weekly basis. We check for daily functionality, but we review all the pics that it has taken over the past week on a weekly basis. This is what those pictures look like, hopefully all the time. It is an empty patch of grass. This is just inside. You can see the gate door in the upper left-hand corner. So we're actually able to do a quick daily check on whether that gate has remained closed. And we are checking these for the presence of rats, cats, any other terrestrial mammals, although the rats and the cats are the prime ones that have the opportunity to get inside the fences. And this is done, that monitoring is done independent of the physical on the ground fence checks that we go out and do every time we're at Pohakea. So that's just a primer on the fences and what we think of when we think of fence management and what we're thinking of when we think about the potential for breaches. Just to kind of quickly summarize that, fences in our minds are not a set and leave it option. They are not infallible. They require just as much management as the predator control we actively do on the ground within Honaunau-Poly. And on that note, next slide, we will do a deep dive into the predator control that is happening in Honaunau-Poly.
A quick question before you get into this part. Do you have instances of just wing fences that aren't associated with perimeter fences, like maybe a ridge line going up that you just want to cut off cat access?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that's an excellent point, Kavika. And I should have mentioned that in the wing fence section is wing fences can be used to enclose an area from natural barrier to barrier, or they can be used to block off a route of ingress into an enclosed area. And Honaunau-Poly, for example, has, I can't remember the number off the top of my head. The main southern perimeter fence is a wing fence because it runs from the Wainiha-Poly to the Kalalau Rim. But the Nepali ridges that go down to the Kalalau Trail below Honaunau-Poly, NARS NEPM has installed multiple wing fences to cut off those ridges that I believe they did a LiDAR slope analysis to look for ridges with the easiest slope up into Honaunau-Poly, and they have wing fences across those ridges to stop animal ingress.
Okay, thank you so much. And real quick, was that for pigs and cats or just pigs?
That is just pigs.
Okay, thank you.
So we've seen Honaunau-Poly highlighted quite a few times, but this is where we're going to be focusing discussion now. Next slide. So these are the 5 conservation sites currently within Honaunau-Poly, and these are the sites that have been being managed now for close to 10 years, primarily under the short-term HCP. We have here our trail network highlighted on this map, and all those pink X's are the known monitored seabird burrows within these conservation sites. And this is what we are trying to protect from, I'll say cats and rats, because that's what we're going to be discussing. Honaunau-Poly is within an ungulate wing fence and is protected additionally by those wing fences that Kavika mentioned on the northern end, cutting off some of those ridge lines. Just for the purposes of our discussion, I won't be discussing barn owls or bee control here because those are things that are going to happen regardless of fence building or not. So we're going to be focusing on the cats and rats here. Next slide. So to start discussion on the rodent control techniques that we do. By volume, we have 2 types of traps that we are primarily using for rodents, and those are Good Nature A24s, which are an automatic self-resetting trap developed in New Zealand. I hope everybody's familiar with these at this point, but the nice thing about them is they do not have to be actively maintained. You can set them out and do checks at roughly, for us, it's been 4-month intervals in Honaunau-Poly, and they will kill rodents throughout that entire time period. On the right, we have a Victor snap trap. We use these more as spot treatments to deal with either bait theft from our cat traps, or if we have a particularly high amount of rodents seen on monitoring cameras near a specific burrow, or have we know have gotten depredated by rats, we will go in and kind of use snap traps as a spot treatment, but they do have to be checked pretty regularly to maintain efficacy. They're not a great long-term control option. Slide. And so how we've kind of arrived at our rodent control strategy for the Honaunau-Poly is, I'm just going to run through some we looked at a whole bunch of covariates from a management perspective and modeled them against rat depredation rates of seabird burrows in Horn Nepali. This is 2015 to 2019 at 5 different sites. And so one of the things that came out as significant and well correlated is years since first predator control at a site. So and again, this is for rat depredations. Sites that we've been doing rat control at longer generally see less rat depredations. Next slide. Then we also looked at just number of traps via trap nets out on the ground in these sites. Again, kind of not unsurprisingly, more traps led to rat depredation rates. And then next slide. And then lastly, spacing of traps, density of traps also was pretty highly related to the rat depredation rate we saw at monitored burrows. Next slide. And all of this leads to more traps more consistently. That is what will get you control of rodents to a level that you start seeing decreased seabird depredations. And what this looks like functionally, next slide, is a lot. These are all of our good nature traps as of 2022 through Horn Nepali. 98% of all monitored seabird burrows in Horn Nepali are within 50 meters of a good nature A24 trap. And on average, A24s are within 42 meters of each other. This is important because if you look at black rat, which is the most injurious rodent to the seabirds in Horn Nepali, there has been research done. This was Aaron Shields' dissertation that shows that in wet Hawaiian rainforest environments, black rats have a 112 meter home range radius. And what this means is that a black rat home range in these areas will almost always be encountering at least one or two good nature traps. So that is our kind of rodent control strategy and what it functionally looks like on the ground. And all of these traps are checked approximately every 4 months to change CO2 and refresh baits. Next slide. Now, having all those dots on the map is great, but those traps do not work well, and good natures are not a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet trap unless they are set properly and they are set well. So we do have exacting trap set standards on even our rodent control traps. This image is an example of a trap that this actually wasn't set too high. This was one of our older traps, and the tree has actually grown since it was first deployed. And so it is way too tall for a rodent to comfortably get into this. So this trap was moved after this picture was taken to be about, it's about 4 inches off the ground. And that's my hand in there. Those 4 fingers are about the height that we prefer the good nature traps to be at. They do have to be set stably. So we also tighten the threads on these every time we check them, because the screws will loosen in the tree or if it's on a stake, and all traps need to be stable to ensure animals will interact with it. Next slide. Additionally, they have to be set at proper angle. So that last trap, although high, was at a proper angle. They need to be set vertically. This is for a couple different reasons. One, seabirds have potential to stick their heads in improperly angled traps. So we want to make sure that they are completely vertical. But two, the ALPs, which is the main bait that we use to bait good natures, are a pressurized bait pouch that squeezes the bait out continuously over the check period, so around 4 months. If the traps are angled like this, the bait does not drop straight out of the trap. It will clog the trap entrance or potentially drop onto the trap trigger, which releases the CO2 and leads to an ineffective trap. All of these things have to be thought about both when deploying the traps initially and every trap check that occurs. Next slide. From a monitoring perspective, our rodent monitoring is done via game camera. We model daily likelihood of presence for each rodent species. So, and one of the things that we have to do is review game camera images from quite a few game cameras. And we identify the rodents in each game camera image to species. So if you upper left, you have a black rat. Upper right, you have a Polynesian rat. Lower left, that is a Norwegian rat. And lower right is a house mouse. Next slide. And what this monitoring allows us to do is, can you go back one more? Yeah. So it lets us look at kind of rodent trends at two different scales. And you'll notice that I don't have lines for Norway rats or house mice on here. It's because they're relatively rare at the sites, and we just either don't see them or there's so few detections that there are not really trends available for them. But we can look at within year trends. So we can look at seasonality of different species and whether they're increasing at certain times of the year. This allows us to schedule our checks at certain points to combat seasonal surges that we often see in rats. But you'll also notice that because we have a line for each species, we're able to see that black rats tend to be better controlled than Polynesian rats. And this is not surprising. We know that Polynesian rats are less amenable to the current trapping techniques and the current baits that we have out on the landscape. But black rats are fairly consistently well maintained at all the sites throughout the year. Next slide.
All right, Kyle, this is a really excellent presentation. I'm learning so much, but I'm noting that our meeting and we have to close at 1:45. We've got 10 minutes. And I'm just wondering, like, from an HCP perspective, how soon you're going to get to the part where you are able to tell us about the effectiveness of the control for the seabirds?
Yeah, and I guess there's two things. Is that this is kind of important to the control because this is, I think for a lot of people, predator control means trapping, and predator control means, unfortunately, sometimes like Kupu setting 5 traps around, a wetland on an intermittent basis and scooping a couple cats. And I really wanted to get to the idea that this is a much larger strategic vision. And I know I'm a little bit in the weeds here, but yeah, we can jump ahead a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're preaching to the choir as far as like we all agree that effective predator control is really important, and that in a lot of places, people say they're doing predator control and they're not doing it effectively. But I think our role is simply to evaluate whether it's adequate for the sites, and mostly we're interested in the response of the system, right? How much are you reducing predation by? How much predation is left? That kind of stuff, although the rest of the committee is welcome to disagree with me. I'm just noting we're a bit short on time here.
Kyle, if I could suggest jumping to the maps that show kind of the big picture of traps, trapping locations, in relationship to breeding pairs, and then kind of cutting to the chase on effectiveness of trapping efforts.
Yeah. So jumping over to cats then. We have cat movement models that were done for Ho'oponopoly. These are basically least cost path models that were informed by LiDAR of the site as well as habitat maps. And this allows us to identify high probability movement routes between and into the sites. Next slide. And so with our cat traps getting placed across, these are our current cat traps across both cage traps and body grip traps across the sites. Next slide. We additionally have monitoring cameras, and these are dual purpose to both assess predator presence and movement. And secondary use is also to review specific animal and trap interactions to adapt trapping techniques. Next slide. We also have transmitting cameras. So these both allow us to actively monitor traps when crew are not on site to operate them. But again, we also review them for weekly presence of animals within Ho'oponopoly. Next slide. And that leaves us with a virtual barrier system, which is kind of a methodology that has come out of New Zealand. We're adapting it a little bit here, where basically our trap and detection systems are the fence. And any predator which breaches the virtual barrier has a high likelihood of being both detected and captured in a relatively short period of time. This system is also robust to any type of animal that is on the landscape. So I know this was a question that had been raised, like what happens if mongoose make it up here? We would add some new traps to get mongoose, but the system is already in place to both detect and respond to any predator that makes it in to Ho'oponopoly. And that is where the current predator control system, and this speaks to the questions raised about size and presence of predator fences, and this is, I think, a point Aaron made earlier. We have such a system in place on the landscape that we are treating the entire Ho'oponopoly as if it was a predator-proof fenced area where we respond to the presence, and this is particularly for cats because we are doing a different strategy for rats in here, as I explained earlier. But for cats, we are treating this entire area as if it was fenced, and we respond and catch cats as they come into the area pretty rapidly. And just to give you an example of why I do think this would be robust to a new predator like mongoose, we had a incursion of Norway rats at North Bog, I think at this point, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. We detected them immediately, mounted a pretty, and Norway rats, like I mentioned earlier, are fairly rare and not present at any of these sites in any regularity. We mounted a response to the Norway rats. We're not entirely sure why they made it in. We think it might have been from a contaminated sling load. And there have not been Norway rats at North Bog since this response was mounted. So we do have the capability to respond to novel predators within the sites. Next slide. And just as an example of the effectiveness, these are the transmitting cam monitored cage traps that are present across all sites except Pahea because there is no cell service, so we cannot run transmitting traps there, but we make up for this by going to Pahea 3 times a week through the majority of the weeks of the year. Outside of Pahea, 70% of the cats caught in Ho'oponopoly were caught in this remotely monitored trap and camera network. Next slide. If an animal was shown on camera that we do not detect, we mount a rapid response. That response is maintained until the cat is captured. This may require setting new traps or adjusting the schedule of our visits. This was a cat at North Bog that we saw on cam, set a conveyor for in response and captured it about, we think, 3 hours after the trap was set. Next slide. I'm going to skip through all of these. Staff experience does matter. We have data that this data shows that when the average experience of the staff setting the traps is over a year on our project, that we basically basement cat depredations. But you cannot, like the rats, you cannot brute force trap your way out of cat depredations. David, if you want to skip through the next few slides, because that's all kind of trap setting details. I do wish we had time to discuss this because I do think it is important, but so could you actually go back one or two? We do monitor individual cats, and so one of our best metrics for our in-house efficacy is the proportion of detected cats that we remove. And so we are matching markings, we're matching coats. There's also a whole ton more necropsy photos that we take of the animals that I'm not going to show here. But we do track individual animals. Next slide. One more. And you can see over the years that our proportion of cats removed has increased pretty dramatically from 2016 to current. I'm not going to get into the bird numbers here. That's something that Andre can talk about in much more detail. And I feel like we have kind of shown those before as well, that both burrow or reproductive rates in the colonies and call rates around the colonies has been increasing since 2015, 2016, when we got some, and I would say the predator control in 2015, 2016 was certainly implemented across a lot of the sites decently well, but it is nowhere near as good as we are today. And I would say the bird numbers that we have shown repeatedly reflect the efficacy of the programs that we're doing in Honolulu.
And this is the last slide of the section, so I'll let John and Andre speak to this.
I know we're short on time, but I don't think I introduced myself before. My name is John Brandon. I'm here with ARC and Honopepe. I'm simultaneously on vacation and not at the same time. But I think the main one, the top line here, is that Andre can speak to this more. But from a modeling perspective, the reproductive success rates have gone up, and also the adult predation rates have gone down by an order of magnitude with predator control. And all that's consistent with the annual increases in call rates and all. Move it to Andre if he wants to say any more about that.
Yeah, I think again the annual monitoring report, if you guys can get your hands on that, the most recent one, it shows all these different metrics for how predator control has been effective within the management sites on a whole range of different measurements. So like we talked about, call rates increasing over time, reproductive success rates increasing over time, cat visitation rates decreasing, rat predations and cat predation rates decreasing. So I think all that data combined shows pretty clearly that predator control in these management colonies is effective, very effective at increasing the population sizes within the management sites, which is what the part of the HCP is based on. So that data is available in the annual reports and has been measured in a standardized way annually, and that's been reviewed by DOFA and Fish and Wildlife annually as well.
And so I just saw a question about chick survival from you.
Sorry, we're out of time, so I'm just putting my questions into the chat. They told us they needed to cut us off at 1:45, and I didn't want to miss out on the chance to ask my questions. So just giving you a heads up that those are what I want to start with when next get to ask questions. I believe it's tomorrow morning. Those are the main things that I think coming out of the previous meeting I was most interested in, and I love the detail you're presenting. It's I mean, as far as like generally philosophically, as a person who trains students in this stuff, I want them doing what you're doing. This is great, right? You're doing a great job. I think today, what we're most interested in is effectiveness. And so like I would have loved to spend more time on this slide and being able to discuss some of the kinds of things I put into the chat, as opposed to knowing exactly how you're doing it for the sake of today. But anyways, we're out of time.
If it's okay with everybody, we can pick this back up tomorrow morning, Melissa. And I've made note of all your questions here. I think it looked like Kate did too. And we can just start here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we have a member from the public to testify. So as long as, Kate, did you grab Melissa's text from the chat, and then we can present those tomorrow?
Yes.
We can go back to those tomorrow. Okay. So yeah, we need to go to the public testimony next. I believe we have Mahesh. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Mahesh Cleveland. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice here in Honolulu. I want to thank everyone in this virtual room for all your hard work on these issues and robust discussions you've been having so far today. This HCP is a big deal, so we appreciate the diligence with which this committee is scrutinizing it. And I just want to note our testimony is a little out of sequence with your agenda, so forgive me for switching gears a little bit here, and hopefully it reverberates in your mind when you get to talking about minimization and other things. We submitted written testimony to this committee in February during the first round of this meeting, which we reiterated and expanded on in our written comments to DOFA on the HCP, and we included those March comments for your review today. I won't repeat everything we put in writing, just wanted to highlight a few key points and address some things that came up in February. A little bit of background, and as some of you may know, our office has been involved for many years in the issues of KUC's illegal seabird take and failure to prepare or comply with an HCP, including a meeting with KUC leadership in January 2020, where it became clear that if KUC continued to do nothing to address their seabird take, they might very well find themselves back in court over these issues yet again, which is a battle they knew they were not going to win. That meeting appeared to result in some staffing changes at KIUC, including KUC's engagement of Ms. Huff to try to get a handle on this situation. For the next couple of years after that meeting, Ms. Huff kept us posted about the minimization work KIUC was doing. Thank you for that, Dawn. But I want to note that that work was initially really just to catch up to what they should have already been doing to minimize take under the short-term HCP, which by most measures was an abject failure. After this appearance of earnest efforts to come into compliance with the ESA and some of KUC's past commitments, we were extremely disheartened to see in this long-term HCP that KUC now is hoping to merely rest on the limited minimization work it has already performed and is proposing to do next to nothing to further minimize take for the next half century. Back in February, KUC provided some responses to our comments regarding take minimization, and respectfully, I wanted to address some of the things that were said so that this committee is clearer on the law. First, KUC's consultant called it a misconception that mitigation measures should be implemented to offset take that remains after minimization measures have been implemented. Quite to the contrary, however, the federal HCP handbook, which KUC also quoted, specifically states that mitigation measures are designed to offset incidental take and mitigate, and I quote, any impacts expected to remain after minimization and avoidance measures are implemented, unquote. In other words, KIUC must indeed first minimize its take to the maximum extent practicable and propose mitigation measures to offset the remaining take. This is the only interpretation that makes any logical sense. At a basic conceptual level, you first minimize take as much as you practicably can, then you consider ways to mitigate the take that you cannot practicably minimize. That's how the law is set up. KIUC then pointed us to that same federal handbook for an interpretation of the maximum extent practicable standard. It's really important to remember the federal statute, the federal regulations, and the federal HCP handbook do not address or interpret our state law requirements, which plainly require not only that KIUC minimize take to the maximum extent practicable, like the federal statute, but furthermore, that KIUC's HCP must increase the likelihood of recovery of Hawaii's threatened and endangered species and must provide reasonable certainty that this HCP will result in net environmental benefit. Thus, our specific state laws necessarily must inform what is considered practicable under Chapter 195D. Indeed, Chapter 195D's recovery requirement is part of the reason we have this committee, which is specifically empowered under that law to evaluate and make recommendations regarding the recovery potential of proposed HCPs. Thus, respectfully, it is fundamentally incorrect to suggest that this HCP need not address the recovery of species. While perhaps that is some folks' interpretation of the federal law, such an approach ignores the express terms of our state statutes. While an additional recovery plan is also mandated, there is no question that Chapter 195D requires the HCP itself to increase the likelihood of recovery. Recovery, like minimization, cannot be punted to some other process or time, as KIUC is attempting to do here. One element of the HCP which clearly demonstrates KIUC's refusal to adequately minimize take is that KIUC openly admits that it could, if it wanted to, implement further minimization measures, both for power line collisions and street light induced fallout. The problem is that KIUC wants to defer further minimization measures to adaptive management, and this approach violates the law. Neither the federal ESA nor Chapter 195D authorize KIUC to punt practical minimization measures to some nebulous future need for adaptive management. If it will be practicable to minimize power line or street light take further at some future time, such measures are clearly practicable now and must be undertaken to comply with HCP legal requirements. KIUC has provided no valid justification for failing to propose and commit to additional practicable and proving effective minimization strategies, such as reconfiguring more of their existing power lines or undergrounding existing and new power lines, or like further retrofitting its streetlights with low blue light content fixtures to reduce seabird fallout further, as has been done in other counties. The question here, therefore, is not whether KIUC can further minimize take, because they obviously can. They are just unwilling to comply with these legal mandates. KIUC must therefore propose and implement further minimization measures to comply with the ESA and Chapter 195D. KIUC also fails to provide reasonable certainty that the cumulative effects of this HCP will result in net environmental benefits and increase the likelihood of recovery for these seabirds. Reasonable certainty, net environmental benefits, and increase the likelihood of recovery are all express requirements for HCPs under Chapter 195D. The concept of best available data, on the other hand, is not applicable to HCP applicants under our laws. It appears in our statutes as guidance on how DLNR should evaluate HCPs for purposes of disapproving HCPs, and as guidance for this committee on the range of information that it must consider. In other words, even if KIUC neglects to include data that this committee deems relevant, this committee can and must consider any such data in making its recommendations. As some members of this committee have noted previously, the model KIUC uses to suggest that seabird populations may increase after many years does not actually provide any assurance that this HCP will work. The HCP itself notes the many uncertainties encapsulated in this model, and that the model lacks confidence intervals. KIUC thus provides no certainty whatsoever that its HCP will result in net environmental benefits or increase the recovery potential. For one thing, as discussed earlier, there should be a transparent discussion of how and why KIUC's own model does not comport with the results modeled by FWS. If KIUC is in fact relying on the best available data, why aren't FWS's own data and projections being used at least as a point of comparison? FWS's own data is surely relevant here, and as mentioned, this committee is required to consider such information. Frankly, and with all due respect, what it sounds like is that KIUC's model is specifically formulated and designed to give the appearance of eventual net benefits, but is devoid of any reasonable certainty as to the effects of HCP. On the contrary, KIUC has apparently ignored the FWS data and modeling showing much more adverse results, and such information should not be swept under the rug. KIUC should disclose and analyze the FWS model, and if KIUC thinks FWS's model is wrong, it should explain why it thinks so in the HCP. Our final point has to do with KUC's monitoring proposals. KUC needs to provide a more robust and detailed monitoring program, which ensures that individuals conducting the monitoring are properly qualified and trained, and that monitoring data is subject to independent third-party verification. KUC should also commit to providing for real-time monitoring updates, for example, via an online portal, so that the agencies and public are informed about KUC's ongoing take, and so that any take in excess of authorized levels can be accurately, promptly, and transparently documented and quickly addressed. To recap and summarize, to comply with the applicable laws, KUC must provide further minimization measures to comply with the legal mandate to minimize take to the maximum extent practicable. They must provide reasonable certainty that its HCP will result in net environmental benefits and increase the likelihood of recovery for these species, and must provide for a more robust, objective, and verifiable take monitoring program. And for these reasons, we respectfully urge this committee to recommend that DOFA disapprove KUC's LTHCP in its current form. Thanks for your time, and if you have any questions, I'll be here for another 4 minutes.
Mahesh, I have a question. How do you think we should be ESRC should be thinking about the net benefit issue?
What the law says is that you have to ensure that the cumulative effect of the HCP will have net environmental benefit. And so the net benefit is not limited just to population numbers, as I believe you were raising earlier. Net environmental benefits is a cumulative concept that's based on the entire HCP. So if, and again, the real issue here is that the suggestion that the HCP as it's currently written will result in net environmental benefits is nebulous at best, and is really not much more than guesswork. And I think I can't remember which one of the committee members was discussing it, but what you really need, and what KUC doesn't have, is sort of a range of possibilities, whether that's in the form of confidence intervals or whether it's in the form of comparing KUC's model against other models that have already been done. And so ultimately, net environmental benefits, it has to be solid. It has to be that this is what's going to happen, that this plan will save these birds. Because other than that graph, there really isn't any suggestion, 60 years down the line, or not 60 years down the line, 2060, I think. In the 2060s is when they're projecting Newell shearwaters to turn the corner. And based on the discussion about the modeling, lack of inclusion of other available relevant data, we just don't think that KUC has met that legal requirement.
Thank you.
And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. So it is 1:58 now. I don't think we have any other public testifiers. Is that right, Kate? Yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier.
I'm just going to double check our email real quick, but
okay, thanks. While you're doing that, I believe we have a hard stop at 2. Is that right, from KIUC? Because I know we haven't quite finished items 3B, the predator control measures and effectiveness. So maybe what I'm suggesting is we stop now, and as long as there's no more members from the public, stop now and then restart tomorrow morning with to continue item 3B and then go from there. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, could I just request, if at all possible, for KUC to come up with that concise statement about how it's thinking about cumulative net benefits, so I can frame my thinking about the presentations tomorrow?
I think so. Can you do that tomorrow?
I don't think we can have something concise for you by tomorrow morning, but if we can, we will.
Okay, thank you.
We tried to address it today. If we can put something together in a concise couple of sentences, we will.
Okay, thanks. And we'll need to go over Melissa's questions. We'll put those up and we'll read those out. So I think that's it for today. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to motion to adjourn.
Second.
Again, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you.
Start
Have a
tomorrow.
good afternoon.
Start tomorrow's at 9 a.m. Is that correct?
9 a.m. That's correct. I'll see you then.
Same link.
Same channel. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks all.
Bye. Thanks.